Yeah, they're going to start opening the doors because the meeting's going to start soon. So if you get everybody to line up, all get inside.
Oh, my pleasure. This is time for opportunity.
Also, there's drinks over here. Also, there's counter protesters. We want to make sure that we're all sticking together. And again, line up. They're going to be coming soon.
Whatever you say.
Gerald Hill, M27G, Gerald Hill, Gerald Hill,
M27G,
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 Gerald Hill,
Sorry.
Police!
Right!
Like, I didn't know that.
deportation. Up, deportation. Down, back deportation. Right, that's right.
We're gonna go talk to them, educate these supremacists, and I'm gonna record.
What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Now! What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! When do we want it? Now! When do we want it? Now! Who lives matter? Black lives matter! Who lives matter? Black lives matter! Who? Black lives matter!
So again, when that got smart, we're going to stay there to participate in the
So we don't lose our
Let's try to stay together though. We still gotta keep this line. We still gotta stay in line, y'all, so we can keep our spots. Remember, we want to
I'm going to lie. They say they cannot hear me. I say
we want to make our voices heard first.
ellos se fue hablando de ellos.
I can't get anybody paying attention.
Yeah, what business do you have to show me what you want to show? No business. They don't know our chapter. They don't pay for our chapter. We don't live for free. So what business do they have being here for us in that community? You raise it.
Would, Jennifer. Tell me which one. Tell me which one.
He said, why not when you talk about camera? Why? You don't want to get shit in the line.
There's a camera right behind you.
Come on, y'all.
Yeah. Damien, yeah.
Dude, I knew that was. Are you aware
What do we want? What do we want? officer. We're gonna keep doing what we're doing.
That's like yours? Good. Well, then maybe I'll do the other.
That's why we come out here and talk to these county officials. Because what? Because Black Lives Matter. Right?
Hey, yo, take one step back!
Hey, y'all take a step back. It's all right. All right, y'all. Let's take a step back. Let's take a step back, y'all.
Hi everybody, my name's Laura. If you are I'm going to be bringing out a table here if you want to speak. If you're here for public comment time, I have a sign-up sheet for public comment time. We also have 16 public hearings. If you are here for a public hearing, you will sign up with me also. Oops, sorry. Anyways, mind you, we have only 64 seats available inside the building. We do have masks also to provide if you do not have one. And we just respectfully ask if you can just get in the line and then I'll sign you up, okay? Any questions, just ask me at the table.
Awesome. Also, just a suggestion, I think we should let the more directly impacted folks go first. So if you're black or an immigrant, you're undocumented, they should go first so they can talk and then let the other folks go.
I just need to attend the meeting.
This is technically issues. Give me 1 second.
Well, no.
Alright, everybody line up.
That is going to be
There's a line. There was a line.
Also, if anybody sees Oscar Lupina, we're saving him a spot here at the front. We can give a testimony about his son.
No sé qué está haciendo ella.
Hello, Adelina.
you guys are going to sign up for it.
Do we have any non-residents that want to speak during public comment time? Reminder, if you are a non-resident, you will speak after the residents. Okay. Non-resident. If you are here for a public hearing, that would be starting on 9A, you want to get in this line. The only thing you will be allowed to speak on is the public hearing.
Against the 280-17, that's what we
that you were public hearings, let's take this so I can hear
Si hay gente como directamente impactada y quieren hablar, aquí hay gente que le están guardando un espacio. Si hay gente que directamente impactada y son negros o inmigrantes indocumentados, vengan aquí porque se inscriben. Single file line, y'all. Single file line.
Excuse me, everybody focus on me. They're back. Hey. Everybody listen. Arista, excuse me. Can I have that for 1 second? Thank you. Okay, Laura again. We have a line for public hearings that is separate than public comment. If you are here for items 9A through 9P, which are public hearings, you will have your own sign-up line here with Tiffany. If you are here for any other topic, you want to sign up with me under public comment time. If you are here for 287G, yes.
Just got here. They just got here.
You can go on in. Okay.
One thing I'm not afraid to speak. Oh, no, I know this. We all have a voice. This is supposed to be the line right here, but someone's supposed to be jumping in.
If it doesn't, then I will.
There's two lines.
They still keep jumping in.
But there's two lines.
But they're still jumping in.
She has a medical.
And that wasn't told to us in the beginning that there was two lines.
Did I give you 7?
Pregúntale a Giovanna si todos tienen su papelito. Hay papelito para que todos sepan qué es y por qué lo ponen. Pregúntale si todos tienen su
For the folks here for the folks here opposed to 287G, we got some talking points here. So if you want to grab some, we'll overlook these by all means. Hola, la gente que están aquí para la 287G y necesitan algo para que le ayude con su plática. Aquí tenemos una forma para que le ayude.
Again, if you are here for a public hearing, items 9A through 9P, you want to sign up with Tiffany on this side. Any other topics, you want to sign up with me under public comment time. Are you continuing to
They don't know. They understand. Is it all right if I go up there? Because I can't stand long. I brought my stool here.
Yeah, go ahead.
How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing okay. Full of crazy times we're living in.
Very. Hopefully, some healing can come.
I think, well, let's hope for that, but I think there's a lot of other groups trying to co-opt what's going on, and that's unfortunate.
And there has to be some calm, and somebody has to be a leader to get people to calm down, because there's too much emotion on both sides. You know, people are not going to listen effectively while they're emotional.
And you're here to talk about anything other than the public hearing, right? Yes. For the restroom, just go and just ask the guys right there.
Excuse me.
Are you a Princeton County resident? Okay, perfect. Sorry. Go ahead and sign in for your address. Is it going to be complicated to use? I was happy to use his megaphone. Good job. And you're a Princeton County resident? Okay, just sign in. If you don't want to speak and you just want to listen, that's fine, but they are going to be closing the doors at 6:03. So here's his number. Hello. Princeton County resident. Okay. Sign on in. I know who I'm talking about.
Thank you.
2 o'clock. It's 2 p.m. on Tuesday, June 16th. Please join me in a moment of silence as we reflect on where we've been and where we want to go. Thank you.
Folks, there's no more room in the chambers. If you have a seat in one of these chairs, you can
Thank you. If you could all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I have a copy of the agenda anywhere?
I have not seen it.
Thank you. We are now on to
Do you know if they have a copy of
procedural
the agenda
matters.
anywhere?
They were on that blue table.
I
They
believe we
might
don't
still
have
be
3A
out
because
front.
we have no one
Yeah,
participating
that's all right.
remotely. Supervisor Kalin is not here today and won't be participating remotely, which brings us on to 3B, the resolution to approve and fine for June 16th board meeting. The usual board meeting procedures cannot be implemented safely or practically, and that all agenda items are necessary to address the attack, emergency, crisis, and disaster, and that the failure to act on the agenda items could result in irreparable harm, or all agenda items are necessary and essential to ensure the continuity of county government, and or the nature of the declared emergency makes it impractical or unsafe for the board to assemble in a single location, and the purpose of this meeting is to discuss or transact the business statutorily required or necessary to continue operations of the board and of the discharge of its lawful purposes, duties, and responsibilities. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
Supervisor Bailey makes a motion, seconded by Supervisor Bodie. Any discussion? Ms. Madden, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Bailey?
Aye.
Supervisor Bodie?
Aye.
Supervisor Angry?
Aye.
Supervisor Franklin?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson?
Aye.
Supervisor Vega?
Aye.
Chair Wheeler?
Aye.
Vote unanimous. Supervisor Cameron absent from meeting and all subsequent votes.
Thank you. That brings us on to item 4A through C, the approval of the minutes from May 19th, May 31st, and June 2nd.
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Moved by Supervisor Angry, seconded by Supervisor Bailey. Any discussion? Ms. Madden, can you call the roll, please?
Supervisor Angry?
Aye.
Supervisor Bailey?
Aye.
Supervisor Bodie?
Aye.
Supervisor Franklin?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson?
Aye.
Supervisor Vega?
Aye.
Chair Wheeler?
Aye.
Vote unanimous.
Okay. That moves us on to
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Angry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could, I'd like to take a point of privilege as the Vice Chair and make my comments now and consider that my supervisor's time as well.
That's fine. Point of privilege.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd also respectfully request of the board and the chamber if I could have an additional 3 minutes and 46 seconds. Make my total time 8 minutes and 46 seconds to speak.
Any objection? That's fine.
Thank you. So I want to start by saying, I am not perfect. All right? And the interesting thing about that statement is none of us are perfect, and we all know that. So, really I'm going to stop saying that. But here's what I can say with 100% confidence, that I know my purpose in life. And many people can't say that. Many people wander the earth and have no idea what their purpose is, but I fully know mine. And mine is service. I am a servant to the community, to society. All right, I have served this country for 23 years in the Army. I continue to serve as a volunteer firefighter, and I chose to take this position on this board of county supervisor. And let me tell you, 2 things that I hold dear to my heart are my integrity and my leadership. And I know I'm not good at leadership, I'm great at it. I have been trained by the best organization in the world, and that being the United States Army. And I want to say happy birthday to my Army for turning 245 years old this Sunday, so happy birthday. My Army has trained me very well in leadership. They have entrusted in me to make decisions, key critical decisions that affect the lives of our sons and daughters, and I did that excellent for the time I was in the military, and I would not feel that responsibility. And I'm here to tell you that I told the line on my values. My values are what keeps me grounded, and my values are what holds me true to everything that I do. And my values were given to me by the United States Army. And I'm going to tell you every one of those values so that you understand fully who you are dealing with on this board. And when I say something, I mean what I say, and I tell you the truth when I say it. That first value is honor. All right? Let me back that up. Let's take it to the top. Loyalty. I am very loyal to this board. And when I took this position on this board, it was about being loyal to the board of Princeton County Supervisors. Not to the Democratic Party, not to the Republican Party. The citizens are my loyalty, but I'll tell you right now, there are decisions that I will have to make up here, that I have to make in all right with what I know about the information, and I make those decisions. All right? Really. the duty that I perform here, I do because I know what it entails, and I will never fail that duty. I will never leave that duty. If you guys make a decision that I don't like, I'm not leaving going anywhere. I'll be right into the end of it because the citizens and the people entrusted me to be a member on this board and to make those tough decisions and to deal with the ones that I don't get. So I will be here dealing with that. Respect. I respect everybody on this board, and I would appreciate the same. All right? Selfless service. I put my business aside because this is considered a part-time job. I do it full-time. Why? Because that's what this job demands, and I will give it to you. That is the service that I provide you. Integrity. My integrity will not be in question. And when you ask me a question and I give you the answer, it is the truth. And if you choose to spin that truth, then that is on you, and you have just violated my most honored and sacred value, which is integrity. All right? Personal courage. And let me be very clear in my personal courage. The decisions I make on this board are my decisions that I make. Again, if the Army can entrust me to lead 68,200 troops and make decisions that I feel are for the best of those service members, those soldiers and their family, then I can tell you right now, I can make a decision up here on my own. I take the information provided to me, I take the data, I take the presence and the pulse of what's going on at the moment, and then I make a decision. And that decision is my decision. You know, so if my party has a problem with that, then we need to talk about that. If my Republican Party has a problem with that, we need to talk about that. If the citizens that I represent have a problem with that, then we need to talk about that. But understand this, I make those decisions because I'm good at what I do, and that's the bottom line. I'm going to tell you right now, my integrity matters to me. My leadership matters to me. My life matters to me. All right? And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to hand out Madam Chair, if I could. I'd like to waive the rules of procedure and introduce a resolution that says Black Lives Matter. And I'll tell you right now, you can change the title if you want, call it My Life Matters, because as a black man, which I am, I'm included in that All Lives Matter, that Black Lives Matter statement. So call it what you want. Right now, my integrity, my personal courage, my life as a black man has been under siege. And I will defend that. But here's the deal, I'm good at defending it. I've been doing that my whole life. That's why I walk the walk I choose to walk. That's why I hold myself accountable. That's why I'm a professional. That's why I'm a leader and I'm good at it, because I hold myself accountable to all of it, okay? At this time, I would like to ask Supervisor Andre Bailey to read the first three proclamations of the whereas. I would like Supervisor Margaret Franklin to read the second three, and I would like Supervisor Kenny Goldie to read the final three, and I will finish with the rest.
Whereas the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, boldly declares that disregard and contempt for human rights have resulted in barbarous acts which have outraged the conscience of mankind, and the advent of a world in which human beings shall enjoy freedom of speech and believe freedom from fear, and one has been proclaimed as the highest aspiration of the common people. And whereas, as a public body, as are charged with preserving the lives of our community, our purpose must be guided by the belief that every human being deserves to live with dignity, and that each of our residents can leave their communities better than he or she found them. And whereas the killing of an unborn black man and women has left young people searching for answers to incredibly complicated and infuriating questions. And
whereas the extrajudicial killing of black people in this country has deep roots in the dehumanizing system of white supremacy that once defined black bodies as property and persisted in the form of lynchings during the 100 years of Jim Crow. Virginia's checkered history with racism includes massive resistance, a group of laws passed in 1956 by Virginia state government, which intended to prevent the integration of schools and block the desegregation of public schools mandated by the United States Supreme Court in its 1954 ruling in the case of Brown v. Board of Education, the glorification of the Confederacy, and at one time the rewriting of the Virginia Constitution to strip the rights of former slaves and their descendants. The mob and the whip have been replaced by government-sponsored programs like CounterPro, the war on drugs, mass incarceration, unjust policing, and structural policies that maintain racial segregation, including redlining, urban renewal, and more, that exploit and oppress poor communities. Because these tragedies are not new and have lasting negative consequences for our communities, cities, and nation, we need to assert over and over again that the lives of Black people matter, and whereas, as W.E.B. Du Bois stated, the teachers of Black youth must believe in them. They must have faith in them and their community. They must trust them and encourage them and defend them. Right now, that means affirming that we are committed to the emotional and physical safety of Black residents in Prince William County. It means that our neighborhoods and public spaces must be safe for constructive dialogue and support on the issues raised by the Black Lives Matter movement and the efforts to reverse mass incarceration, racially motivated police brutality, and the school-to-prison pipeline. And
whereas we believe deeply that the lives of all people matter, shouting loudly that Black Lives Matter does not negate our commitment to all of our residents. In fact, we believe that challenging all of our community and colleagues to recognize the innate value of Black lives will help them grow, and that quality of life for all who live in our communities will improve when we value the lives of everyone. Since so many of our Black residents struggle to trust that our society values them, we must affirm that their lives specifically matter. All lives cannot matter until Black lives matter. And whereas, historically, when Black people have fought for a more democratic society, the lives of all people have improved. Each time barriers to Black people's potential have been erected, our whole society has suffered. And whereas, as leaders, we know that each of our residents has different needs. When members of our community witness or experience violence, they suffer emotionally and physically. To truly fulfill our county's commitment to the well-being of our residents, our county government must meet the needs of our residents in different ways. Right now, it is especially important for Black residents to know that we value them no matter what the legal system or racist elements of society tell them. And whereas, our society is plagued with poverty, growing inequality, gun culture, and violence. For our community to be safe and citizens of our respect for our residents, we must all come together for the betterment of our residents' future, now.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Prince William County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaim that Black Lives Matter. And be it further resolved that the Prince William County Board of Supervisors condemns white supremacy in all its forms and calls upon the community to collaboratively assist in the dismantling of systematic racism in our county, commonwealth, and country. And be it further resolved that our community needs to create spaces for constructive dialogue and support on issues faced in communities related to policing, the educational process, and improving safety. And be it still further resolved that quality restorative justice practices be expanded and deepened countywide and commonwealth-wide with the goal of training all staff in those practices. And be it still further resolved that youth leaders of all types be called on to participate in advancing this discussion and implementation. And be it still further resolved that the effort include constructive discussions of biases, racial microaggressions countywide, along with the data on race and discipline, fears, cultural ignorance, and stereotypes of Black youth. And be it still further resolved that these constructive discussions lead to training of county staff in methods of de-escalation, mindfulness, creating a culture of trust, and cultural relevance. And be it still further resolved that county staff reviews this program that may be contributing to unfair, unequal outcomes for residents on the basis of race.
Is that a motion?
Madam Chair, I move.
A second.
Supervisor Angry makes a motion. On the proclamation, Supervisor Franklin seconds. Any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Lawson?
Thank you. Supervisor Angry, thank you for bringing this forward. I certainly wasn't expecting it, wasn't told that it was coming before me. And it's 3 pages long, so I appreciate that we read it out loud. Couple questions for you. Well, let me start off by saying, absolutely, 100% agree. Every life has value. I personally believe that every life from the womb to the grave has value, which is why I'm so pro-life and think that abortion is a great mistake on this nation, much like slavery was. Proclaim Black Lives Matter. Absolutely, totally support that. Is that an endorsement of the actual organization Black Lives Matter, or because that organization I'm not familiar enough. I know that there's a lot of controversies surrounding that organization, and I think the movement is fabulous. I'm concerned that particular organization has hijacked a great purpose because of some of the things that I've been told by my constituents about the organization itself, including people that are African American that have concerns about the actual organization. So can you explain that to me?
I sure can, and I will be very clear. So when I said Black Lives Matter, that's the group we're talking about. I know nothing of this organization we're talking about. I would say any, negative organization that is not moving forward this agenda in a true fashion of equality, then I don't support either. But what I'm speaking to here are Black people. Black people who we've been dealing with this for a very long time.
Okay.
So I'm going to be very clear.
Okay. So thank you. I appreciate that clarification. I honestly, I don't. It doesn't. I mean, the quote I'm totally fine with, but who is W.E.B. Du Bois?
See, okay.
Supervisor, that's right.
When we talk about discussion, like we really need to have discussion, this is exactly what I'm talking about. It would be like me saying I don't know who Elvis Presley is. I understand, and that's not a jab. It is really, I know you don't, but my point is that these are what we're talking about. We need to have these discussions about, the Black race and the Black history and society, what all this means and how we got here. But that is a very important name. Exactly. This is what I mean. Yeah, and that's when we can have these conversations, and I would love to do that. So let's do that if we could. No. Yeah.
Okay, that's totally fine. I'm totally fine with that. I can.
Supervisor Bailey?
Not to disrupt your flow, but I'd be willing to share that with you on a break if that's not
okay. Understood. Because our nation, our communities, we're not going to heal unless we have dialogue.
Exactly.
And I grew up in Little Northwest Iowa, so where frankly my education wasn't nearly as good as my county. So I still find living out here in Northern Virginia, that I learn a lot about other cultures, and that's a great thing for me. It's certainly, my kids are far better off because of where they are growing up than where I did, just in my opinion, not to knock anybody in my family. But anyway, that's we were reading it, I just didn't know. But yeah, I appreciate everything that you pointed out.
If I could just say, this is exactly the dialogue this is what makes this time around so different than the civil rights movement, because we need to have more conversations, and we're having that. And I want to applaud all of our young people because they have really taken this to heart, and the professionalism of our police department, let's not forget that. But just the fact of the knowledge and the patience they're having with us, a lot of us adults, and having these conversations. But this is what we need to be doing more of, because there's a lot of information missing that. Again, I'm 52, I was born into protests, this exact protest. And 52 years later, we're still doing this. So we need to get this right this time. It's really a communication gap that we have now. So,
Further discussion?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Lawson?
So I just hope that my simple question isn't like misconstrued. Teach me. I'm happy to listen to learn. That's all I'm trying to say.
Supervisor Bailey?
I will, and I appreciate, your question is very appropriate, so don't worry about that. I wanted to commend Supervisor Angry for the effort that you put into the resolution. I think it's very much appropriate for the times that we are in currently. And as you were born into that season, I lived in that season. And so I would like for us as a collective body to sit down and talk. That is the reason why I recommended to the county exec for us to have a retreat. It was not for me and Cozy. It was for the collective body in order for us to build more camaraderie and understanding as we work along together. So thank you so much for the resolution.
With that, further discussion then?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Vega?
Thank you. Supervisor Angry, I want to call your attention to the second page, and it's the last sentence of the last paragraph, where it reads, since so many of our Black residents struggle to trust that our society values them, we must affirm that their lives specifically matter. All lives can't matter until Black lives matter. I've received many emails and I've had many conversations with folks. I stand firm by my proclamation that I presented 2 weeks ago and the value that I hold for every life. And if we're talking about educating the community, and since you're the one that brought forth this proclamation, what exactly does this mean for people that feel that they're being secluded and that their life can't have a significant meaning until we say or proclaim that Black Lives Matter before theirs?
it means literally this. We would not be saying all lives matter. We wouldn't have this discussion if there wasn't a discussion across the globe about Black people. So I don't want to mix this. When we talk about life and our all, it's real simple. If the all is a true statement, then it's leaving out one life, and that would be Black. And so you can't say all until Black people feel as if they were a part of that all. I don't know, maybe you have to be Black to really understand what it is. I don't know. I'm just simply saying that I've been dealing with this for 52 years. And I got young people now who have no business knowing about what happened in the 60s who are frustrated and fed up with how they're treated and how they're not listened to and how they're looked at. And you gotta look at it. I won't. Anyway, that all simply means that you can't say all until every race feels like they're part of it.
Supervisor Brody.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate your question. How I interpret it is, we're not saying that Black Lives Matter in front of anyone else or before anyone else's. How I interpret that to mean is, far too often when we had conversations in the history of our nation, whether it be about race, about socioeconomic status, what have you, what happens is far too often the struggles of Black people get lost in that. We see it in our history books. History is whitewashed in our country, especially in the state. We see it all the time. Look at the Tulsa bombings, look at Rosewood. Not to pick on Supervisor Lawson, but Supervisor Lawson's question in itself, where some folks in our nation don't even know who W.E. Du Bois is. Far too often when we have this discrimination, people lose track of Black people in that shuffle, and we believe by highlighting them and honoring Black people and saying that they do matter, that we're highlighting the fact that that gets often lost, and that we want to make sure that at least this time, in this moment, we do not get lost as a people. Thank you.
So, thank you for that. I appreciate that, Supervisor Bodie. So is there anything specific that we could change to, not give the perception that you're trying to, what were your words? Elevate, one race over others, or I forgot what you said.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Franklin.
So appreciate the discussion, but as Supervisor Angry made it very clear in his explanation, it's very simple. You can't say all lives matter if you don't say or believe that Black lives matter. I'm not sure that this is a real discussion, or perhaps it is, but to me the equation is very simple. If you want all lives matter, you have to treat Black people with respect. And there are Black people in this country right now and over time that have felt that they have not been part of the system that has been built here in this country. Whether it's the economic system, certainly the criminal justice system has not been in our favor. And so if you want to say all lives matter, that's fine and dandy, but you better say Black lives matter first.
The question's been called.
Well, you have to vote on that then.
Yeah,
That doesn't just happen.
I know, I was going to ask her to call the roll.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I would like to say though that if you want, bipartisanship support here, which I believe we can reach, we have to have the discussion. I find it very unfair that you present something last minute. I pretty much agree with everything that you're saying here, but if we're asking, for further education, further clarification, I think it's only fair to do that. You talk about unity, you talk about leadership. That's what true leadership does. You give people the opportunity to learn when they're asking to be taught, and we can have a further conversation, not cut people, short when they have a question. And Supervisor Franklin, I respect what you said, but at the same time, I can say the same exact thing about the Hispanic community. We've been left out of a lot of things here in America, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to go around and demand a certain race to put the Hispanic community race before their race, because I don't think that's fair.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Franklin.
And what I would encourage my colleagues to do, because I've been meeting with activists, I've been talking to family members that have been part of the movement. I would encourage my colleagues to go and talk to some of those young people that are out there if they really want to understand what this is about. Look, it's on all of us to educate ourselves. It's not my responsibility to educate people on this board about race. We are in a position of leadership up here. Some things we should already understand since we represent the entire county, especially during the majority vote. So I'm not discounting the questions or the discussion. I think it's a good discussion. But if you all really want to have this conversation, really understand what Black Lives Matter is, why it's important, why they're saying it, go out there and talk to those young people. Ask them why they're upset. Pull Supervisor Ingrid to the side and ask him, what has your experience been? Supervisor Bailey, what has your experience been? She's in a Black sorority. Ask them what they did in the 60s and why her sorority matters. Those are important discussions to have, but it's not on us on this board to explain race relations. As leaders, we should come to the table already with a certain knowledge.
Supervisor Wilson.
Is it okay? Okay. We have to move on from this, and I'm going to say this here. 2 weeks ago, when you introduced your All Lives Matter, 0 questions asked, it's very relevant. If anybody on this board will tell you that, it will be me. As a military member, I have brothers and sisters, I have nieces and nephews, I have godkids of all nationalities, and I respect all of them. So when you say All Lives Matter, true enough, I got it. I'm all on board with that, as you saw. Nobody disputed any of that, and it was quick. No discussion asked. I don't even understand how this is a discussion about what is going on in the Black community, why this population means so much. And again, it is not negating. See, this is the problem. We gotta get up our heads about who really holds the power and who's first. This isn't about who's first. This is a basket full of baby kittens, and they're all getting loved the same. But they all need to be in the basket, and right now there's a Black kitten that's missing. Alright? So this is a holistic issue of the whole. No one is above anybody in this. But again, there's an issue in America and in the world with the treatment of Black people. And that's what this says, and that's what this is, and that's what Prince County is going to be supporting on the resolution.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Lawson.
Thank you. I agree. We're just simply trying to represent a very diverse constituency, and I'm just simply looking for dialogue so that when I do have constituents that are not African American, Black, why are you putting Black people ahead of me, Supervisor Lawson? So that's why we're Supervisor Henry, you gave a great explanation. You know, why Black people feel the way they do, especially right now. I totally get that. I think you articulated your answer very well. Supervisor Franklin, I take offense that you think that I don't understand race relations, and for you to sit there and like scold me that I don't understand that. That's simply not true at all. I represent a very diverse district, and I'm proud that diversity re-elected me last year. So for you to pretend like I don't have any inkling about race relations as it relates to me, you don't know the conversations that I have. So don't assume that just because I don't even know who's out in the lobby, ma'am. So just because you may know people out there, for all I know, I do too. So please don't just jump to those conclusions that I don't have an understanding of race relations, when frankly I do. I've lived in Northern Virginia since 1992. I've lived in this county far longer than you have. And I'm proud that I was re-elected by the Brentsville district, which is a very diverse district, very diverse. So for you to make that accusation that I don't understand race relations, I find offensive.
So my assumptions, accusations, whatever you want to call it, is based on your comments. Your question, comments, and that's fair. And if you want to talk to some individuals and really understand this issue, I'm happy to facilitate that.
I'll take Supervisor Bailey's offer.
Thank you. That's great. She's even better. Thank you, Ms. Madden. Can you call the roll, please?
Supervisor Ingrid.
Aye.
Supervisor Franklin.
Aye.
Supervisor Bailey.
Aye.
Supervisor Bodie.
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson.
Aye.
Supervisor Vega.
Aye.
Chair Wheeler.
Aye.
Vote unanimous.
Thank you very much, Supervisor.
This is like sweet, okay? Because we have ladies in their town who's passed away now from speeding, okay? From distracted drivers, that's a crime too. That's a crime. Everyone in this room probably is guilty of that crime. If we're going to focus on some stuff, let's focus on some stuff that really matters. We still need fixed car drivers. We still need fixed car. We still need to slow down speeders because that's a problem in this state and in this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Angry. I'm going to suggest now and just move up, since we started supervisor's time, just since we always have supervisor's time at 11 o'clock at night lately. And we do have two other proclamations on supervisor's time that we move up. Item 11, supervisor's time, before we go through the consent agenda, so we can just sort of have the meeting flow better. Supervisor's time, items A through C. Do I have a motion to approve items 11A through 11C?
Second.
Supervisor Bodie made the motion, seconded by Supervisor Bailey. Any discussion? Can you call the roll, Ms. Madden?
Supervisor Bodie.
Aye.
Supervisor Bailey.
Aye.
Supervisor Angry.
Aye.
Supervisor Franklin.
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson.
Aye.
Supervisor Vega.
Aye.
Chair Wheeler.
Aye.
Vote unanimous.
That moves us on before we go into our individual supervisor's time to items 11D and 11E, which I believe are both Supervisor Bodie's. Supervisor Bodie, the floor is yours for 11D and 11E.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. So item 11D is the 2020 LGBTQ+ Pride Month proclamation. This board, over the past few years since 2018, has passed a proclamation exactly like this. Obviously, right now, we cannot have any sort of conversation about, the value of every life unless we also talk about our LGBTQ brothers and sisters and non-binary siblings. Especially right now, we're also talking about Black lives. There are members of the LGBTQ community who are also Black who get double discriminated against because of that status and because of their identity. So I think it's very timely, especially in Pride Month, that we bring this forward. I will speak from personal experience. I do not know what it is to be someone of that community. I'm not LGBT, I identify straight, I'm cisgender, but I know what it feels like to feel like you're being cornered out and singled out because of who you were born to be. I've had racial dysphoria in the past. I was raised by my white father. My Black mother was largely not present for my life. So I know what it feels like to not feel comfortable in your own skin. I know what it feels like for folks to discriminate you and believe that you are less and that you shouldn't exist because of their religious beliefs. There are a lot of people in this country that still believe that the union between a white person and a Black person is immoral, is against their religious beliefs. There's a lot of people in this country that still look down upon those that have mixed heritage because they feel like we have to choose a side. I choose a side of everyone in our county that includes our LGBTQ community, and that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion on the approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Supervisor Bodie, seconded by Supervisor Hengry. Any discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Madden, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Bodie?
Aye.
Supervisor Angry?
Aye.
Supervisor Bailey?
Aye.
Supervisor Franklin?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson?
No.
Supervisor Vega?
I just want to say that while I cannot support this proclamation due to my religious faith, and I hope that that's respected and tolerated, I stand by my proclamation for June 2nd. So my vote is no.
Chair Wheeler?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-2. Supervisors Angry, Bailey, Bodie, Franklin, and Wheeler voting aye. Supervisor Lawson and
No? Okay, which brings us on to 11E.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I brought this forward at the last board meeting. It's simply a resolution that calls for two things. Therefore, shall be resolved on behalf of everything that the meeting and potatoes in here. That we're condemning police brutality in all its forms. That we are also condemning folks that are doing looting, the violence, stealing of property throughout our community. Obviously, none of us condone that kind of behavior. I would say, though, that whenever we talk about things like looting, violence, destruction in terms of what's going on right now, we have to look at the fact that this is not a monolithic group. There are some folks still in our community right now who are frankly hurting financially. We have poverty in our community, in our country, and there's some folks that are simply doing this because they have no other recourse. And so as leaders, we should always be looking to see what we can do to get behind that need there. And it calls for two other things, that we continue to work with our great police department, continue to diversify and enforce the resolution in the whereas clauses, looks at the disparity between the percentages of minorities in the police force versus our county, and how we need to continue to move that forward. Chief Bernard, previous chiefs have made that a priority to continue to look at ways to diversify the force that will reflect the community. And finally, that we continue to work with our police department and our law enforcement officers and agencies, continue to community policing aspects and initiatives that really build that trust between law enforcement and the communities that they serve. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Motion made. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'm willing to second Supervisor Bodie's proclamation, but I would, Supervisor Bodie, like to make 4 amendments to it, if you'd be willing to hear what they are. Okay? I don't know if we need a second before I make my amendments.
I'm bad at just why don't you make a friendly amendment? We'll assume that there's a second, and then you can make friendly amendments. Okay. And we'll. Yeah, she has a second. Just to be clear, you're seconding them only if they have you amendments with them. So could I get a clear second?
Second.
Okay. Supervisor Bodie and Supervisor Franklin, then friendly amendments.
Thank you. So in your title, I would like to add, I'm going to read how you have it, and then you can obviously pick up on what my amendments are. Condemn police brutality, looting, and destruction of property, and support the Prince William County Police Department and their community-oriented policing and diversification efforts. That's my first amendment. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the sixth clause, whereas the Prince William County Police Department during its 50 years of existence has been and continues to be a model law enforcement agency with an excellent reputation, okay? And then right underneath, whereas this is one that I'm adding altogether. You don't have this in your proclamation. Whereas the Prince William Board of County Supervisors rejects the defund the police movement. And the last addition is, be it further resolved that the Prince William Board of County Supervisors hereby supports our local law enforcement agencies and pledges to fully fund them to help keep county residents safe.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Bodie.
So thank you for that, Madam Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Vega. I guess my only hesitancy is that I know that the defund the police movement means a lot of things right now. There's a lot of folks that aren't really sure on the actual concept of that. I've been told by some constituents, I'm sure you've all gotten emails as well, that to some folks, defund the police doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to take away their funding. What it means to some folks is that we continue to, at their current levels, maybe freeze the funding they have for a couple of years and focus on health issues, community services, criminal justice reform, education, things like that. There's other folks that I've heard call for a reduction of like 10% of the police and what have you, and divert that funding elsewhere. There's other folks that I know that some folks have said they just want to see a demilitarization of the police and all the resources that go into that. So my hesitancy there is that that's still right now a very broad, ambiguous term, so I don't want to make a statement that we don't support something that no one really knows what it means completely.
Supervisor Angry.
Let me start by saying I am 100% not in favor of defunding the police department. And let me tell you what I mean by that. You know, I had a different vision of what that looks like. And it's not necessarily defunding the police department. I've been saying for the whole time, we have some fiscal responsibilities that we need to look at countywide, holistic. So there's some efficiencies in our spending in the budget overall that we can put in other places. I don't even think the police department is funded to the capacity that it needs to be. But I will say this, when we start talking about community policing and getting the community involved, it's no different than the fire department. How do you stop, buying fire trucks and buying more firefighters? You talk about fire safety. You teach people how to protect their homes, and be more responsible in their homes. Now you can't stop all fires, lightning happen, that stuff happens, so you have a force. But maybe we don't need such a big force. Maybe we need to invest in what that looks like on community policing. So I'm interested in doing that, but I'm definitely not interested in lowering our police department, because I don't think that's even, they're already low enough as it is. And I will say this, in defense of Prince William County Police Department, since that, we won't get into it, discussion about that event on Saturday that caused the riot and the police department had to act quick and got the community involved. Since that, Prince William County Police Department has been the model, in my personal opinion, across the nation, and it's something that needs to be modeled in other police departments. And you can take that back to every police officer and tell them that Vic Angry said it, because leadership starts here, and that's how we keep this thing whole. And so I'm very proud of them for that. So I think there's a way we can do this better, holistically, with the entire fiscal responsibility of the county, and not just particularly saying the police department.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Vega.
Supervisor Bodie, what we do know from these emails that we've received is that that's exactly what they're asking for. They're asking for us to slash the police department's budget and to reallocate those funds elsewhere. We've already committed as a board to funding the police department through 2021, and I think that that would be a tremendous lift in morale for our officers, considering everything that's going on, to know that their Board of County Supervisors absolutely stands by our statement of fully funding them for fiscal year 2021, and that we're not going to cave or cater to these requests. That, quite frankly, Supervisor Angry, I really do appreciate you bringing that up, because this is also an opportunity to educate our community. If anything, our police department is actually underfunded, and when we look at the number of officers that we have compared to the number of citizens in Prince William County, we have a lot of work to do. But I do appreciate, Supervisor Angry, you also mentioning the reputation that our police department has. It's a tremendous reputation. We're very blessed here in Prince William County to have the force that we do. And we have to make sure that now more than ever, when we're talking about coming together, we let the men and women in blue who put their life on the line to keep us safe know that we support them.
No, I was about to say something, but Supervisor Franklin.
So I think we have a pretty good resolution here, and I know that we've had our police department here where we've expressed our support for them. So, you know, even with the additions about the police department, that's fair. I would echo what Supervisor Bodie mentioned about the defund movement. I don't think that I've even had any official conversations with any activist groups or advocate groups about exactly what that entails. So I would like to keep that portion out, just because we haven't had that discussion. So I would also, I guess, we have a second on the floor, so if we can.
I agree with that. I'm okay with removing that part so long as, you know, we keep the final paragraph that Prince William County Board of Supervisors hereby supports our local law enforcement agencies and pledges to fully fund them to keep county residents safe. So I'll go ahead and remove that clause of defund movement until we have further knowledge of what that really means.
I'm okay with that. I'll accept that amendment.
You'll accept that friendly amendment? Okay, so we have the motion on the floor with the friendly amendment. Does she make a motion with a friendly amendment and then get a second on that?
Well, no, she's a friendly amendment. I accepted it.
You accepted it, so okay, that's fine. Everything except the defund the police clause. Supervisor Lawson?
Thanks. Want to make sure that the clause regarding our agency being a model, it was not
Yes.
lost in the conversation.
No, everything stays except the clause of the Prince William Board of County Supervisors rejects the defund the police movement.
Right.
Okay. Because I'm totally committed to making sure that our police department maintains funding for the sake of everybody's safety in this county.
And Madam Chair, just to be clear, I mean, this is a resolution that's not binding, so it's really just a statement from the board. Our actions will come via the budget and other avenues. So, you know, this is a resolution that we're going to support, but just so everyone understands, this is not a binding resolution. It doesn't actually create any law or process.
Ms. Madden, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Bodie?
Aye.
Supervisor Franklin?
Aye.
Supervisor Angry?
Aye.
Supervisor Bailey?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson?
Aye.
Supervisor Vega?
Aye.
Chair Wheeler?
Aye.
Vote unanimous?
Great.
Madam Chair, if I could just.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to thank everyone. Thank you for those additions. Thank you for that back and forth and that commentary. I think that our community is best served when you're looking at things holistically. So I think a great example of what we were just talking about is the co-responder unit that this board approved as part of the budget. Because I believe that that's the kind of hand-in-glove approach where we obviously are funding a couple new positions for law enforcement, but we're also looking at
three new positions. Thank you.
Yeah, 3 more positions law enforcement. We're also looking at ways to help them, assist them in their jobs, so we're not just sending them out there without that support to deal with things like mental health issues and other concerns that happen in the community. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to go on to individual supervisors' time. I'll save mine for last. I have a bunch of notices of intent and some other things. Ms. Vega, would you be ready to start for individual supervisors' time, and we'll go around the room?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I would like to give my notice of intent to appoint Ron Kreger to the Prince William County Arts Council. Ms. Madden, I believe my office has already sent in his resume, and I will go ahead and pass a copy along for. Also want to say congratulations to the class of 2020. You guys made it. I had a really good time out over at Hilton High School through their drive-through ceremony. These are absolutely odd times that we're living in, but nonetheless, the hard work that you guys put forth throughout, your years in school have finally paid off, and I just, want to congratulate all of the graduates and encourage them, to whatever it is that they seek to do with their life, that they always remain students. Knowledge is power, and I encourage all of our graduates to remain engaged and to pursue higher education if that's what you want to do, or if you want to go to the military, or if you want to pick up a trade, whatever it is that you do, we wish you the best of luck and much success. Also, this Sunday, we're going to be celebrating Father's Day, so a shout out to all of the amazing dads of Prince William County, and a special shout out to my dad for being such an awesome father. I love you, Dad. I know he's watching because I told him to watch specifically for this, so happy Father's Day to all of the dads On June 6th, so we remember the 76th anniversary of D-Day and the invasion of Normandy, where nearly 21,000 American men would lose their lives fighting to liberate Europe from Hitler and the Nationalist Socialist Party. I know we all greatly appreciate the sacrifices of the greatest generation and look forward to the day when it's safe enough for our remaining World War II veterans to resume their honor flights, visits back to the DC capital region. Also of historical note, as we know, June 19th, we know it as Juneteenth. Because of COVID, the celebration for this year has been canceled, but I look forward to getting back out there next year. Really exciting times on Friday. We entered phase 2, and we have a lot of businesses that opened back up. It seems like we're on track for phase 3 here soon, so if you can afford it, go out there and support our small businesses, restaurants here in Prince William County that have been struggling throughout COVID. They could really help you going and either dining or whatever visiting your family decide to do. Also, Madam Chair, we voted at our meeting to do away with prayer invocation by members of our faith-based community. I think that we need to revisit that because I've been notified by several members of our faith-based community that they would like to lead the opening prayer, and I think it's a decision that the board needs to reinstate vote on, so if we could also handle that.
That was on my list of things to discuss. Okay. So, as a board, would someone like to make a motion that we reinstate public prayer?
I make a motion.
Okay. Second. Seconded by Supervisor Bodie. Any discussion? No? With that, Ms. Madden, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Vega?
Aye.
Supervisor Bodie?
Aye.
Supervisor Angry?
Aye.
Supervisor Bailey? Aye. Supervisor Franklin?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson? Aye. Chair Wheeler?
Aye.
Vote unanimous.
Thank you. And we did step a little bit out of order here, so I don't know if Ms. Tierney is in the building. Have you seen her?
I don't know.
Okay. She's not? Okay. I would also like to remind the board that last year around this time, we entered a proclamation to declare June 26, 2020. Last year it was 2019, this year obviously is going to be 2020, as Elder Abuse Awareness Day. And I was hoping that Ms. Courtney Tierney would be here because she always has remarks in regards to this day, but since she's not, I'm going to go ahead and move forward. I'm pretty sure that the majority of us saw the horrific video of a 75-year-old veteran being repeatedly beaten in his bed at his nursing home. And with that being said, I would also like to bring attention that 1 in 6 individuals over the age of 60 suffer from annual abuse at the hands of their caretakers. Last year, we had a proclamation to make...
You have 1 minute remaining, just so you know.
June 26, the date of Elder Abuse Awareness Day, and I would like to, Madam Chair, reintroduce the same proclamation that was used last year.
So we've sort of gone back to doing proclamations and introducing proclamations. Is there a second? I assume you
without objection, that way we don't have to vote.
Okay, sure. Any objections? Okay.
And finally, Madam Chair, I'm probably... I'm going to wrap it up with a proclamation that I would like to have the support of my board members on the board, and it is support the Prince William County Police Department and pledge to fund at the requested levels. Whereas the Prince William County Police Department is celebrating its 50 years of service to the residents of Prince William County, and members of the Prince William County Police Department put their lives on the line.
Keep decorum in the atrium, please. Can you have them keep decorum in the atrium, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whereas members of the Prince William County Police Department put their lives on the line every day to protect and defend the residents of Prince William County, and whereas the Prince William County Police Department is known to have an excellent reputation for their service within the county, and whereas police departments from around the country are losing law enforcement personnel due to low morale, and whereas defunding the Prince William County Police Department will make county residents less safe, and now therefore be it resolved that Prince William County Board of Supervisors honors and thanks the Prince William County Police Department for their 50 years of service to our county, and be it further resolved that the Prince William Board of County Supervisors will defend our brave men and women of the Prince William County Police Department from slanderous accusations that run counter to the character of the department, and be it further resolved that the Prince William Board of County Supervisors rejects the defund the police movement and pledges to fully fund our county police department at requested levels in order to keep our residents safe.
Supervisor Henry, and so Supervisor Franklin said. Can we please keep decorum? If we can't keep decorum in the atrium, I will have them clear the atrium like I offered to do in previous weeks. Please keep decorum in the atrium, otherwise we'll have to clear the atrium, and I don't need to do that.
So, I'm going to oppose this resolution for, we just talked about saving the defund conversation for when we're a little bit more educated, and that can even be some type of joint situation where I'm willing to meet with activists alongside my colleagues to figure out exactly what does that entail. And then also we just passed a resolution saying a lot of what you have in here. So we obviously haven't already expressed support for the police department, and then you even agreed to take out the defund part in the last resolution. So I would like to, I guess, ask that you withdraw this for the same reasons that we just discussed. We haven't had this conversation yet about exactly what does that mean.
Well, there are a lot of conversations we haven't had. I respectfully am not going to withdraw this proclamation that I put forth. We've had extensive conversations with members of our law enforcement, of our police department, and they've expressed how morale is low and how they feel impacted by this, and how their voices have also been silenced because nobody's going to the police department or seeking the input of our officers and how they feel. So I think that when we're talking about morale and leadership, right now is the opportunity to let them implement
so Vega put in a resolution to say that she doesn't want to defund, that she wants to fully fund the police department and just basically commendation of the police department for their years of service.
I fully support our police. I fully support funding our police. I know our police are wonderful, they're accredited. I don't feel we need to do what you're trying to do at this moment, which actually feels divisive as opposed to supporting our police. I know you try to gloss it all and this is what it is, but it ends up being a divisive thing where we all love our police department, we all support our police department. And I know what you're trying to do with this, and I think I can sit there and say, I support our police department. I love our current deputy police chief, Jared. He's great. Chief Bernard, we've had 50 years of a good police department who is a model in very many ways, but I will also tell you that they will say they're not perfect because no department is perfect. So I also cannot support this because it feels like something that you're trying to insert to be divisive.
And that's fine, Madam Chair, and if you love your police department and support and voting for this proclamation shouldn't be that complicated, but that's fine, that's your opinion, and I respect your position on it.
Supervisor Lawson.
Supervisor Vega, it was my understanding, maybe
I
thought you were introducing this to be voted on at the July meeting?
No.
Oh, you want voted on today?
Yeah.
Okay.
Supervisor Embry.
So, again, leadership is from the front, it's top down, and I don't need a piece of paper, a proclamation for my police to know their stance with me. And again, I'm top cover, so whatever issue comes at them comes at me, and I get to deflate it. And that's what this board does as a whole. Also, when it's time to be punished, that's what this board does. We punish. This is what it is. It's us. It's us and the police force. It's us and the fire department. It's us and county staff. We also have the people that we represent. I just told you I'm not for defunding the police department. 100%, definitely not for it. I don't even know what that means. Here's what I know it doesn't mean. It doesn't mean I'm not willing to hear the conversations about how we can do things better. All right, because there's a conversation to have there, how we do things better. I don't need this to do that, especially when we just said we weren't gonna introduce language about defunding right now, because we still have a delicate conversation to have with our constituents as well. And I just want to have both of those conversations. But just know this here, I am not interested in defunding the police department. I'm not interested in lowering what we're going to give them now. I am interested in how we can do things better with the community. And I think it is divisive because I still got to deal with my constituents, and we all do. And I think there's a conversation we can have. This, actually, it means nothing right now, and I don't know how to say that because you brought it up. What I do mean, what means something to me, is that my police department knows that I have their back just as I know they have mine. So.
And to that note, Supervisor Enda, I guess it is important, and the reason why I crafted this proclamation is because it means a lot when it's publicly stated. So I do appreciate you taking the leadership and the stance of standing for the men and women in blue, and to openly saying that you don't agree with defunding them. That goes a long way, and I'm sure that we're going to have further conversations with our officers once they hear the way that you've expressed yourself. So thank you.
Is there a second on the floor for the motion? Are you making a second?
Well, I had a question.
Okay.
Supervisor Vega, I would suggest that this is an introduction to the resolution. We have a missing supervisor. I think that we meet July, what day do we meet, July 14th? I think that that gives everybody a month to have those conversations. Maybe a month from now, we'll have more information on this defund the movement, which to me is pretty cut and dry. When they say defund, I think we take them at their words. I mean, the emails literally said that our Prince William County Police Department is a waste of our resources. That's the quote. I take them at their word that they want to get rid of the police department. I am wholeheartedly with you on this, every word of it.
This is nuts.
You know, our colleagues can call it divisive all they want, but I think that this is a great resolution. I would just suggest, though, that today is your introduction. And
Are you speaking?
And by our board rules of procedure, we
Are you
vote
speaking?
on it.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Madam Chair.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
To withdraw my motion, which you just stated, Supervisor Lawson's fair enough, and okay. And then that gives time to the fellow board members to decide if they want to amend or do anything else with the resolution.
Okay, Supervisor Vega's motion is withdrawn. That brings us to Supervisor Franklin.
Okay, so just want to announce that we are doing, I am doing 2 town halls on the 24th and the 25th. Both will be virtual. On the 24th, it will be from 7 to 9 p.m. The first half will be about COVID. 22191, which is the district that I represent, still has the highest rates. We are seeing declines across the state, and I think in Northern Virginia, if I'm not mistaken. But 22191, 22193, they still remain at the top of the charts there. So we do need to make sure that we remember, we are still in a pandemic. Everyone needs to be safe. Wear your mask. If you have gloves, if you have access to hand sanitizers, we need to be mindful that as we're reopening, we still need to be safe as we're going out to restaurants and grocery stores. So we really need to keep COVID at the forefront of our minds. So I just want to put that out. So that's on the 24th, which is next week. Also in the second half of the town hall will be with Deputy Colonel Jared Phelps of the police department.
I hope I got enough time to hit everything.
Will explain what the police department has been doing with regards to community policing. We'll answer questions from those that call in. We'll have hopefully the discussion around what does defund exactly
we don't trust our neighbors. We don't trust our media. We don't trust
what is the community looking to from the police department, and
trying to work it into like, hey, you supervisors need to actually start leading by example and drop the whole gotcha politics bullshit.
Why they're important in terms of their service, and like I said, it will be an open dialogue, and we'll take questions from those who call in. So we're looking forward to a fruitful discussion there.
You're going to
I do want to take the time to, and we just voted on it.
Easier. It's just more
so the 24th will be the COVID and community policing town hall. And I do want to take this time to, obviously, as we've done before, our police department, our officers, they are in line of duty every single night they're out. Again, if we agree to not have a discussion on defunding, I think it is worth meeting with the groups to figure out what does that mean, what does that entail. A lot of Democrats don't agree with it. Obviously, some Republicans don't as well. So let's figure out exactly what that means and what impact that has. On the 25th, I'll be doing a town hall with Christina Wynn. It'll be with small businesses. It'll be open to the public as well, but specifically for our small businesses. It'll be to basically encourage encourage them as they reopen, how to safely reopen. You know, what does that look like? Do they have the PPE materials that they need as they reopen? So we'll be giving advice to them. We'll be talking about the small business micro program and how we can be more helpful in the county. And we may even talk about some permitting issues. So that's on the 25th from 7 to 9 as well. Madam Chair, I also have a Juneteenth proclamation that is not on the agenda. I did write something out that I'll pass along, and I would like to pass it without objection for purposes of time. And I will be very quick. And quick. Whereas on September 22nd, 1862, Abraham Lincoln issued a warning that he would order the emancipation of all slaves in any state that did not halt its rebellion against the Union. He signed the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863.
Yeah, this has been,
whereas Juneteenth is the oldest nationally celebrated commemoration of the ending of slavery in the United States. On June 19th, 1865, Union soldiers led by Major General Gordon Granger landed at Galveston, Texas with news that the war had ended and the enslaved were now free. 2.5 years after President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, freedom finally came to the enslaved Texans some 2.5 years after the enslaved were freed throughout the South. That date is now called Juneteenth. Whereas Juneteenth represents a historical milestone that honors our Black ancestors who ended this country's establishment of bondage and false propaganda of inferiority, Juneteenth celebrates those of us who continue to survive inequity, prejudice, and racism. Juneteenth also celebrates the Black community's legacy of resistance, strength, and determination in the face of institutional bias and domestic terrorism. Whereas Juneteenth marks the country's second Independence Day, although its celebration has been mainly within the African American community, this monumental event remains largely unknown to most Americans. On this Juneteenth, we celebrate our journey and our perseverance to chart a future of equity. As annual Juneteenth celebration in Prince William County will take place within the county on the third Saturday of each month. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Prince William County Board of County Supervisors do hereby declare June 19, 2020 as Juneteenth in Prince William County and urge all residents to become more aware of the significance of this celebration in African American history and the heritage of our nation, state, and county. And I would like to pass this without objection.
Any objections? Okay, very good.
Sorry, and then just very quickly, a couple of things. I would like to issue a directive for our county government to work with the police department to actually create and implement the Grow Your Own program. And this program basically allows our police officers to go into our school system and actually recruit students to work within the police department. It basically helps us to recruit right here from Prince William County and basically grow our own police force. The Grow Your Own program. And so that's a directive for county staff and the police department to actually get that off the ground. It's my understanding that was a pilot program a couple of years ago, so if we can look into moving that forward.
If I could just add to that directive, it might require additional funds, and if so, just please let us know.
Right. And then also a directive for
Supervisor Lawson.
Okay. I don't think that you're ready to move on to, did you ask for objections, or, I wanted to ask a question.
About the directive?
Correct.
Yes, go on.
Okay, I certainly love the idea of that because we have something similar in the fire and rescue system. I just kind of want to get Mr. Martino's take on it off the fly. And is it something that you've spoken to police leadership, Lieutenant?
Spoke with the police department about it. I have not spoken to Chris Martino about it.
Okay, I'm just curious, has the county ever had anything like that in the past?
Well, we have something like that now, it's called the cadet program.
With fire and rescue, but...
And also with the police, might not actually have a different name, but because you cannot be a police officer, a strong police officer until you're age 21.
Okay.
So we have young men and women who join us and like an apprentice before they can go into the academy to become a sworn officer. But this is a great notion, we said all along, that we just hire from our high school to get built-in diversity.
Yep.
And so,
Right, and the purpose of me going in that direction is to increase the diversity of our police department. Again, spoke with
I'm okay with that.
He has told me that they are already working on ways to increase diversity. This will be an official way the county can actually help the police department in doing so. I would also like to issue a directive for the county to work with the police department to collect disaggregated data on traffic stops. The reason why I'm pushing this forward is I don't believe the police department currently collects that information, but it'll be interesting to see if we have demographics of who's mostly being stopped, and then that can also inform us better in terms of, if we are doing policing, there you go, policing, particularly in Prince William County, in the manner in which is helpful in certain communities. So that's just information that I think would be helpful.
Yeah, isn't that illegal? Hasn't the Supreme Court held that you're not allowed to do that?
About the Grow Your Own program and maybe also the cadet program.
Madam Chair, if I may, before Colonel Phelps speaks, I believe it's the Police Explorers program. Colonel Phelps, if you could elaborate a little bit on that program, thank you.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Jared Phelps, Deputy Chief of Police. To speak first, the homegrown program, we do have an Explorers program that we operate within the schools. It's kind of like a club, a school club that we meet, and they learn about the law enforcement profession and our department specifically. It's kind of like a long citizens police academy. They learn all the different aspects, and we value and teach them about community service. So they go out and they participate in a lot of different events with the police officers in order to get back to our community. As Mr. Martinez said, can't be a police officer until you're age 21. So we do have a cadet program where we will hire people 18 years of age, and they will serve in a cadet status. This allows them to go to college while also having a job with us. And then when they hit 21, they transition into becoming a police officer as long as they still maintain all the standards, and they go straight to our academy. We actually have 5 that we've just transitioned from cadets that are going into our next academy class. So it's a great program. Continue to try to expand that as much as we can. As far as the, what was the other aspect? I just lost my train of thought.
I think we were just speaking generally about the programs to feed the pipeline.
Vehicle stops, I'm sorry.
The vehicle stops, yeah.
So under Virginia law, starting in July 1, HB 1250 was signed by the governor, and it requires all law enforcement across the state of Virginia to capture demographic data on all traffic stops of the driver. So that's already being implemented. We're ready to go on July 1. We have those plans in place.
That's perfect, thank you. And so for the directives, I would like to obviously still issue the directives with regards to the programs. Let's find out more information in terms of actually recruiting from the police department as opposed to just having the clubs to learn more about what the police do. And then for the data, that's great. And then if we can maybe see that data, I'm assuming it has to be made public.
Yes, ma'am. It's reported. Ultimately, it goes to DCJS, which is Department of Criminal Justice Services. They're required to collect the data for analyzation, but that will be a public source.
Thank you, sir. And then one last that has nothing to do with Colonel Phelps. I would like to issue a directive to county staff to start the process of renaming Jefferson Davis Highway to that of Route 1.
Thank you. That moves on to Supervisor Lawson.
Supervisor Ingram, so Colonel Phelps, I'm sorry, but come on back up. I know that the Ride Along program is on hold for COVID reasons. However, I would like to ride along with an officer before the July 14th meeting. Is it okay if I'm an exception to the rule?
I don't know if I can make exceptions, but we do need to look at our ride-along program. Now that things are easing with COVID, we do need to revisit that, as well as our Citizens Police Academy, on ways that we can continue to offer that to our citizens. We'll be in touch with that.
Great. And I would encourage my colleagues to do the same if they haven't. I've learned so much from the 2 ride-alongs that I did over the last few years. I'm so impressed with the officers that serve this county,
and I would like the opportunity again. I really appreciate you and your leadership and our Prince William County Police Department, so thank you. I think Supervisor Angry is right. You've been a role model and really, you know, assisting folks, accommodating them as they've exercised their First Amendment rights. I've learned firsthand from you and from some of the other officers that, I mean, you are very concerned about the safety of everybody, and you go out of your way to coordinate with the leaders of the different demonstrations, so thank you so much. I know that it's been a tough 2 weeks. You probably haven't slept much, but we want you to know that you're appreciated, you and your department, so thank you very much, and I'll just wait to hear back from you on the ride along.
Thank you for that, and for the men and women of Prince William County Police Department, they are very committed individuals to this community. They express their time and time again. They're probably, in my eyes, they are the best of the best that we have in our nation.
Yep, and that's why we're a model among the nation. You know, I was so impressed when I watched them last August on a hot August Saturday night, how they treat the homeless community, and then their professionalism, you know, regardless of what the call was, it was top notch. So I look forward to a ride along again. Thank you. So I want to give my congratulations to all the high school graduates, and I am very pleased that the principals really went out of their way to do virtual graduations. And like everybody else, I just feel really bad for the folks that got caught up in this pandemic and couldn't have their normal celebrations. And then I just wanted to announce that our libraries are restarting the curbside pickup. Mr. Martino's shaking his head. Yeah, so we're taking those steps to get back to what we think is a little bit of normal. Anyway, that's all I have from the Brentsville District. Thank you, and everybody have a safe 4th of July. I do believe that this is the greatest nation on the face of the earth. It was God ordained, and I think the Lord has this nation on its knees right now. And I'm praying through it, and I hope that everybody will join me and continue to pray for our nation. And with that, have a happy 4th of July as we celebrate our country. Supervisor Bailey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start off by acknowledging, first of all, our wonderful graduates, as we all have. I had an opportunity of doing a town hall with a diverse pool of our graduates, and it was simply fun. Everybody had their caps and gowns. And I want to offer to our youth that you've done an exceptional job during this time in keeping focused and making sure that you're achieving your goals. And so, as we said on that town hall, know that I'm out there waiting for my legacy to take the baton and run with it. We have great students here in Prince William County, and so all of you have to be acknowledged for your great job in focusing on what your goals are and making it to the finish line of graduation. So I also want to echo in support of my colleague Supervisor Franklin and renaming the Jeff Davis Highway. I think that's very much appropriate and timely during this climate, and so you have my valued support in that. In the Potomac District, we've had a lot of success in conducting peaceful demonstrations with the town of Dumfries in the wake of what could have been something bad. It was very, very good and led by the Vice Mayor of Dumfries, and so in participation of that, it was wonderful. Last Saturday, I had the opportunity of having a peaceful demonstration with the Montclair community, and it was exceptional. The weather was good, people were engaged. As we were walking down the street, people were blowing the horns at the residents there, and so I congratulate you in embracing where our country is right now, where our community is right now, and making sure that we continue to embrace the peace and the love that's in Prince William County. And lastly, Potomac Shores, that was a peaceful demonstration as well. We had an excellent turnout on that day. We even had our CD1 congressional, Congressman Rob Whitman was there, and so I am so thankful for his presence and how that was organized, and we will do more activities at Potomac Shores. And so I would like to take a moment of silence just a moment of silence in respect for all peaceful demonstrations that have occurred in the past, and will continue to acknowledge where we are as a nation in terms of race relations in respect of making sure that holistically that we recognize that we live in a diverse country and county. And with that, I would like to also thank Chief Bernard and, of course, our own Colonel Phelps, who is readily becoming one of my new BFFs, but he's exceptional, and the entire police department for their efforts to ensure that our constituents continue to stay safe and learning about different cultures and learning about different mindsets as they guard our county. And so I respect that. I'm appreciative of that, and I will be in support of that continually. As we continue to overcome COVID-19 and reopen our parks and other amenities throughout the county, we should continue to look for ways to upgrade our parks. Our parks play a large role as it relates to, our parks play a large part as it relates to mental health for our constituents through trails and playgrounds for the kids and more. So last Friday, I had the opportunity to take a tour of Locust Shade Park, guided by Seth Hindler-Voss, our Director of Parks, Recreation, and Tourism. And with our parks being in its current state, Seth mentioned that there are some opportunities for the uplift of our parks. And so I am very much excited about that as it relates to preserving our community. So the directive that I have is that I would like to issue a directive to the Parks, Recreation, and Tourism Department to submit a proposal to the Department of Defense for a Defense Community Infrastructure Program grant in the amount of $250,000 to fund improvement to Locust Shade Park. The project will entail construction of a Ninja Warrior-style outdoor challenge course for the families and disabled veterans alike, as well as numerous accessibility upgrades to the surrounding amenities. If awarded the grant, I intend to seek board action to appropriate the required match of $250,000 utilizing Potomac District Park coffers that to match with that funding. The total estimated cost of $500,000 will not require general fund resources, but profit resources. Okay? Shall I continue? Okay. Miscellaneous comments I have. I want to, everyone remember to fill out your census forms. I'm stuck on that. Make sure you fill them out. June 5th, which is an inaugural holiday, but also was the World Environment Day, but also my anniversary, so just want to know that it's an inaugural holiday. But June 19th is Juneteenth, as my colleague Supervisor Baker had so amply acknowledged, and want to thank the gentlemen of Omega Psi Phi for their acknowledgement and their program, though they could not have a physical program in Merchant Park this year. They did have a program on the Zoom calls that acknowledged the originator in Prince William County. This is an educational moment. Dr. George N. Hampton, who always has a program going back in the 70s for Juneteenth. And so I invite my colleagues to go with me next year for that. But there was a program, and it was exceptionally done. I also want to acknowledge that this is Foster Parents Month. And so we need to embrace and continually love those foster children that are existing in our county and support our Department of Social Services and their needs in terms of that. I'd like to also acknowledge the Streetlight Ministries. I had an opportunity to participate on a video for their annual gala that they have, and Streetlight is one of our community partners and continue to support this community with the homeless community, and so we need to continue to embrace their endeavors in that. On June 30th, I will have a town hall to discuss implicit bias, race relations, and healing the land. And that will be an opportunity for you to join me on the Zoom call in reference to that. I will have the time and the participants in that will be announced on my website. So I'd like to offer a resolution in the spirit of everything that is happening in our county. Everything that is happening in our county. We live in a wonderful place. I and my family decided to live in this place, and we are in the second era of the civil rights movement here in our county, and we need to acknowledge that. We need to acknowledge that. And as my constituents and as my colleagues, you all know that one of the things that I ran on was mental health. And my resolution, though Mental Health Month was made, is helping us to be aware of the needs of mental health, both from COVID and from the opportunities that we have for social justice here in this county. So I'd like to put forth a proclamation for everyone to consider. Pardon my emotions. Whereas good mental health is a key component in a child's healthy development, and Mental Health Awareness Month provides the opportunity to focus on this important matter, and whereas it is important that children, adolescents, and adults, along with their families and communities, learn about warning signs of mental health disorders, and whereas addressing the complex mental health needs of children, youth, and families today is fundamental to a healthier future of Prince William County. And whereas the need for comprehensive, coordinated trauma-informed mental health services for the children, youth, and young adults and families places upon our community is critical responsibility. And whereas it is appropriate that a day should be set apart each year for the direction of our thoughts towards our children's mental health and well-being, and whereas each business, school, government agency, healthcare provider, organization, and citizen share the burden of mental health problems and has a responsibility to promote mental wellness and support prevention efforts, and whereas the greater Prince William trauma-informed community network and member organizations throughout a collaborative trauma-informed approach towards serving children, youth, and young adults with mental health or substance use disorders is effectively caring for mental health needs of youth and families in our community. Thank you. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Prince William Board of County Supervisors hereby proclaim May 2020 thereon as Mental Health Awareness Month in Prince William County, and urge our citizens and all agencies and organizations interested in meeting every children's mental health needs to unite this month and all months in the observance of such exercises as will equate with substance abuse services for children, youth, young adults, and their families. And I'd like to acknowledge this on behalf of the J.B.J. Cobbs Foundation, nominee, the wonderful work that the CSB Community Services Organization, ACTS, Trillium Center, and the Y Incorporated conducts in our community to preserve our mental health. Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
Thank you very much.
Without objection, Supervisor Bailey?
Without objection. Okay. Very much. Thank you very much, Supervisor Bailey.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Angry.
If the gentleman from Occoquan District could give me 5 seconds of his supervisor time, I'd really appreciate it. 5 seconds. All right. Supervisor Bodie, I want to acknowledge you and thank you for writing the Black History Month resolution. He wrote that, so thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Supervisor Brody.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that, Supervisor Angry. Thank you, Supervisor Bailey, for sharing that moment of vulnerability with us. We know that mental health has touched all of our lives in different ways, and we know, especially right now with what's going on in our nation, that we need to be always mindful, even if it's not May. So thank you for that. First, for my supervisor time, wanted to start with a notice of intent to appoint Gene Schwab to the Board of Zoning Appeals. Also wanted to extend my congratulations to all of our grads, our high school grads. Go Vikings, because this is an unprecedented year for our kids in school. And for them to be as flexible as they are, their families to be as flexible as they are, our faculty, our staff, and our school system to really move and jive and hope that we're still able to give our young people the future that they need and they deserve is well taken. Also wanted to remind folks that a couple days ago, June 12th, was the anniversary of the Loving versus Virginia decision back in 1967. In this very Commonwealth, it was finally proclaimed that you cannot discriminate against folks and bar them from getting married just because of their interracial marriage. Without the decision, I probably would not exist. I want to punctuate that for a second. As the child of a white father and a black mother, for a long time, the union of my parents, this decision was passed after both of my parents were born. Without this decision by the Supreme Court, I would not exist unless my parents broke the law. So as we talk about justice and the march between from slavery, from everything else that we've dealt with as a nation, as a history, as a people, I want to remind everyone in our community that a lot of these issues that we're still dealing with, to Supervisor Angry's point, are not long ago. My great-great-grandmother was a sharecropper. Her parents were slaves in this very county before they were traded to Louisiana. We are still dealing with a lot of these issues, the legacy of what happened. And so speaking of legacy, to go along with something Supervisor Bailey said, our legacy is outside these chambers right now. All those young people, they're fighting for the justice that we've been fighting for so long. So I wanted to thank them. I was able to co-host a vigil last Sunday here at the McCourt building of the Kanatan Plaza. We had faith leaders show up, we had members of the community show up. It was very community-centric. For a lot of folks that wanted to show solidarity but didn't really feel like going to a protest or a demonstration with their scene, it was a great way to bring a lot of folks together. So I appreciate everyone that came to that. I appreciate my colleagues that also attended. Also wanted to commend Lieutenant Colonel Phelps for hosting that Facebook Live video. I think it was yesterday, it was the day before. Yeah, the day before Sunday. With Mr. Curtis Porter, who's the chairman of our Human Rights Commission, and Dr. Hill of Northern Virginia Community Campus. It was the first of many conversations that need to be had about how we move forward as a community. Also wanted to commend Lieutenant Colonel Phelps and all of our colleagues that participated in that video about unity and equity and healing, as that was important as well. A couple of different things that I've been to throughout the district. I attended the Streetlight Community Outreach Ministries virtual fundraiser and charity raffle over the weekend. Supervisor Bailey gave wonderful remarks alongside two of our Congress folks, so appreciate that as a great way to help raise funds for an important organization in our community. Also attended one of our recent Chesapeake Bay Planning Commission meetings. I'm on that as part of COG, Council of Governments, and we're still looking at ways in order to safeguard our water quality, our air quality, especially as we've seen the reduction of carbon emissions as a result of COVID, how we can keep that momentum going. That being said, moving on, I would like to direct county staff, likely Mr. Martino, Mr. Westcott, and Mr. Stirrup, to begin formulating a team to prepare for a legislative package for a special session of the General Assembly, likely slated for August, should the special session be called, to address racial justice and COVID-19. As I understand it, the General Assembly will be having a special session in August, and I believe that this is a moment where our community can lead. And we always have legislative packages every year for our normal General Assembly session, so I think this would be an opportunity for this. So, like I said, criminal justice reform, law enforcement reform, additional state funding for resources to assist the county and the school system reopening efforts, and enabling legislation to allow localities to provide additional hotspots for cell towers and other infrastructure needs. I think Rebecca Horner had an idea about that last year. Making permanent some of the relaxed DMAS guidance surrounding distance service delivery and new best practices formulated by our human services staff. Our human services staff, I've harped on this before, they've adapted so well to having to deliver services during this crisis as a result of relaxed DMAS guidelines. I think some of those should be looked into by this legislature and made permanent, because we've had more accessibility in some communities, especially most vulnerable communities, as a result of that. And included with that, the last part about that is hopefully a presentation by staff in between now and when they go into session, and scheduling a meeting with our delegation to present those findings. Also wanted to bring up another sort of wonky, nerdy thing. It's about proffer-funded projects. I know that we froze basically most projects when COVID-19 hit, but as I understand, obviously, proffer-funded projects is money the county already has. It's stuff that's restricted that can only be used for certain things, and it can't be made to be used for making up budget shortfalls. I know that I personally have some projects in my district, especially parks, the Occoquan Greenway, for example, that is being funded at least partially by park proffer funds. I know that if he's not here, unfortunately, but Supervisor Canlin has, I think it's one of his parks, he has a bathroom project for that. And a lot of these projects are being funded by proffers, and I know we froze all those things. So I would like to put it out there that we should at least consider as a board allowing staff the green light to restart being able to do those projects, or at least funded by proffers, because I don't see a reason why we would keep those frozen at this point.
Would you like to address that, Mr. Martino? I don't know if the bathrooms at Long Park are proffer funded. I thought they were a capital project, but I could be wrong.
They are a capital project, and there is some proffer money on them. And you're correct, we can't direct the proffer money for general costs. We froze all the projects, at least till we get through this fiscal year end. Obviously, early on, we didn't know how bad things were going to be. I would suggest we adhere to that, at least see how we end fiscal 20. And it is in our plan after Michelle and Dave and their troops get a good handle on things, and maybe even in July when the state updates their budget forecast, we'll be in a better position to restart some of those programs and some others. Even though we don't redirect our money, it is in our cash flow and working capital.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Bailey?
Yes, so, if you would please, so the directive that I just made, is that in reference to that? For the Parks and Recs, the proffer directive that I just...
We would reevaluate how we are at year end. The project you were referring to, which one was it?
$250,000 matching grant.
That was, if we get the grant, then we will be in a position to reevaluate that at that point in time.
That's my question.
That would have to come back, and the grant would be at a later date already, July, August, September, and we would come back at that point in time. And hopefully by that time, we have a good handle on our finances, and we can go ahead and appropriate that and move forward with the project.
Okay, thank you.
So, Supervisor Bodie.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just obviously, Occoquan Greenway is a big project for my district. I know it was started under Supervisor Anderson and some previous folks before her. And I know some of it, like I said, is proffers. So some of that funding could be used for overcoming some of the hurdles we've had with that. So I appreciate that, Mr. Martino. The last thing I just wanted to say is obviously wanted to echo some of the comments of my colleagues. We do have one of the best police forces in the country in this county. I know that they are all trying to do the right thing, especially now in these turbulent times that we live in. I just think that we all need to continue to have conversations like we've been having in this room, but also to Supervisor Franklin's point, having those tough conversations with folks out in the community, including the youth, that continue to push the ball forward in ways that previous generations have not. As a biracial person, I have lived a lot of my life on the juxtaposition between feeling like I don't belong anywhere, but also feeling like I belong everywhere. And last year I ran on a slogan called A Bridge to the Brighter Future. And I reflect upon that, especially now, because I do have mixed heritage.
Did any of you guys do a 3-minute count yet?
A what?
3-minute count? Did you guys do that yet? When you do that, next time we meet up, we can now sync up.
Certain advantages that my black mother never was. But I also know that my white father came from a poor rural Nebraska family where he did not have generational wealth.
Framework for what I was going to say, and I managed to get most of it written down on the card.
And so, as we continue to move forward, I find myself in a situation
It's going to be a long night.
To Supervisor Avery's point, we have to continue to show leadership.
I'm 32.
And we have to continue
Last time there was like 14 in person. I can't wait to see what's on my head. I'm probably good.
I'm going to speak and then I got to go. I got to take
I'm debating.
We have one final shot to get this right, and it feels different this time. And I hope that all of my colleagues on this board, everyone in our community, our county staff, can join us in being that bridge between the past, white supremacy, and all the injustices that we've seen in our country and in our world in the past, to finally heal and acknowledge that every life has meaning and that Black lives do indeed matter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Lawson.
Thanks. Just real quick, I noticed Supervisor Bodie earlier gave a notice of intent for the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Yeah, no, and so I have yours. It should have gone through our office, and because it's an at-large position. Yeah. So, thank you. But we'll assume it's a notice of intent to appoint whoever it was. I'll sort of notice that, because my first was my notice of intent to appoint Tammy Norton to the Board of Zoning Appeals on behalf of Supervisor Lawson. Also, we have 4 people up for PRTC board alternates. We only have 2 slots, and these were given to our office. DJ Jordan, Munir Beg, Kalai Katasami, and Keith Savage to the PRCT board. So with the same issue that we had with the jail board, we can discuss them in closed session and figure out. I believe we have 2 slots left on the PRTC board. I'd like to bring everybody's attention to the NVTA 6-year plan that was just going forward. The staff recommendations came out. Prince William County has 3 projects on that NVTA plan. But it was presented to the board over the last few months. You probably don't remember, but 3 of our top projects got in there. The largest one being Route 1 in Dumfries. To change Route 1 in Dumfries, along with 2 other, not smaller projects, but less extensive as Route 1. I encourage everybody to look at that. Those were the staff recommendations. The NVTA Program Commission is meeting this Friday night to then make our recommendations to the full NVTA board to get those 3 projects in the NVTA 6-year plan. I just want to note, everybody always steals my thunder. I was excited to go to the community vigil last Sunday night. I also want to note that June is Foster Parent Month, and I know that holds a part in everyone's heart. I also want to say I had a great town hall, I think, with Chair Lateef, with a bunch of students. It was just hearing from the students and the things that they experienced in the schools in terms of race and the things that they ran up against. It was a great conversation, and I know that Chair Lateef was taking a lot of notes in terms of even just school resource officers in that discussion. I had a great sort of community listening session with Potomac Valley Church. Supervisor Angry joined me, as did Senator Jeremy McPike and Delegate Luke Torian, where we heard from the Potomac Valley Church. It was live streamed over Facebook, but we did hear from the members about some of their questions and concerns in the community. I'd also like to thank Jared Phelps and his and the Prince William County Police Department for continuing to make themselves available. It's sort of extra work on the weekends, and wonderful that you're out there in the community listening to people. Thank you so much for that. You know, in closing, I just want to, you know, we're at an interesting place in time, and I am grateful to be on the board with my colleagues who are listening to the community and bringing forth change. I am grateful to be seated here today with you all, and you know, it's in some ways an exciting time, and change is here, and I appreciate everything you are all doing to bring awareness to that fact and keep the conversation going, because we'll just keep it going for quite some time in the county. And I really, you know, I often talk about making Prince William County a model place, like our, you know, fix our little place in the world. And it would be nice to be able to do that, and I think we're on our way. We've got a beginning, so thank you. With that, we are going to go back to the regular agenda, and I will say it's 4 o'clock. We've been here for 2 hours. We are now on item number 5, consent agenda. I will tell you that we have the school board coming in this evening at 6:30, so no matter where we are in the agenda at 6 o'clock, we will take a break, get some sustenance, and then come back at 6:30 and meet with the school board. So I don't know quite how that's going to flow over the next 2 hours, but let's see how much work of the people we can get done. Consent agenda, item number 5. Are there any items that anyone wishes to remove from the consent agenda?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Angry.
I'd like to remove 5 Quebec.
5Q, and then we'll talk about that after we pull it.
Madam Chair, I'd like to remove 5A.
Okay, 5A and 5Q. Okay, that's great. I guess we can. So with that, that leaves 5B through 5U. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda items without Q and A?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Is it possible, I guess for purposes of time, I don't want to make a habit out of it, but if for whatever there's unanimous consent, if we can do it either through unanimous consent or without objection. I don't know if that's the rule. It should be.
Well, we were just gonna, if you make a motion, we were just gonna put them all in. Oh. We've been doing the roll call. I think we need to do it because it's just part of procedure. She was talking about, can we just do unanimous consent? Do we have to take the roll? You would prefer to do the roll? Yes, we're going to just, it won't take too long. It's as long as we're grouping them together, and then we'll go back to 5A, if you don't mind. Okay. Thank you. With that, Ms. Madden, can you call the roll?
Was there?
Sorry, was there a second? So moved. Second. Sorry. Thank you. Ms. Madden, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Bodie?
Aye.
Supervisor Bailey?
Aye.
Supervisor Angry?
Aye.
Supervisor Franklin?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson?
Aye.
Supervisor Vega?
Aye.
Chair Wheeler?
Aye.
Vote unanimous?
Okay, great. That brings us on to consent agenda item 5A. Ms. Lawson, you wanted that pulled?
Thank you. I think Mr. Gonzalez probably knows what I'm going to ask. I talked to Supervisor Canlin before 2 o'clock this afternoon, and he would like to add Pagelin, Saunders, and Cat Herpin Road to the resolution. I believe you might already be aware of that, sir.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Ricky
Yes.
Gonzalez, your Director of Transportation. Yes, Ms. Vega's office made me aware of the situation, and we have already commented that we have no objection to the changes.
Great. So I'll move item 5A for approval with the additions of Pagelin, Saunders, and Cat Herpin.
And that's directing that they are banned through traffic, correct?
Well, Madam Chair, we're
requesting, right, we're adding those to the requested.
Correct, to the
Yes.
CTB. That request will go to the CTB, and we will get a response on how we move forward. I know that Supervisor Canlin had sent a letter ahead of time letting VDOT and the CTB know that we were taking this action, and now we will hopefully get a response from both VDOT and the CTB on the request.
Very good. That's a motion to approve with your amendments, correct? Yes. Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Supervisor Angry seconded. Any discussion? I think that's a great idea, because I'm assuming I live out there, so can you take the roll call, Ms. Madden?
Supervisor Lawson?
Aye.
Supervisor Angry?
Aye.
Supervisor Bailey?
Aye.
Supervisor Bodie?
Aye.
Supervisor Franklin?
Aye.
Supervisor Vega? Chair Wheeler?
Aye.
Vote unanimous?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez. And then it brings us on to 5Q. Supervisor Angry, you wanted that pulled?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Martino, I think you can answer this. It's really just a question. So I know this is CARES Act money, right? 343, EOC. Under the EOC, the police department is under that too, right? You know, as
Oh, yes, absolutely, yes.
so it's really a question because, you know, I was looking through it and, you know, what it can be used for, basically. So, allowable projects and purchases include, but are not limited to overtime, right? There's my word, equipment and that stuff. So my question is on the overtime. And I think it's a two-parter because, you know, our police department has been heavily involved in the Black Lives Movement and really a lot of overtime. They've accumulated a lot. I know that's not necessarily tied to COVID-19, but it is in the COVID-19 season, right? And then we have to remember that. So my question really is, I know we're not using it for overtime, but I'm really asking about overtime for our police department and all of the hours that they've put in thus far. Beautiful hours, don't get me wrong on that. So I'm just curious if that can be a portion to the police department for overtime.
Well, we're going to take a close look at that, and to the extent we can, within the guidelines of the CARES Act, we're going to do that. As you indicated, it's a fine line.
Yeah. And if that's something that, you know, they say the two programs don't really go, I think that's something we need to really address in enrichment to tie those two together. And I think, you know, in the spirit of COVID-19 season, whatever we get involved in, it's all COVID-19. And, you know, we're all under this mask order now. And I don't want to diminish a initiative and an effort put forth by, you know, the world with the injustice situation. And so now I just think they both really are tied to one. So I think that's something that I'd like to see if we could, because, you know, we've been doing a lot here,
Right.
and we've been watching.
So it helps that we did freeze discretionary spending now almost 3 months ago. And as we get closer to year end, Michelle, actually, Dave Sinclair will be providing another financial update to the board. And we're going to cover whatever the police have required and they require as this demonstrations continue to keep folks safe. And we'll have some flexibility year end to balance our books.
Okay. All right. Just want to make aware of that. So thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Lawson.
Mr. Martino, I would imagine that the county attorney's office looks closely at this, and do they determine what is specific in that legislation? And
well, we
this
obviously
goes
work
through
with
their
the
office.
attorneys and Michelle Roble and her folks will take a look at things. Really, Michelle actually is taking a hard look in our cost recovery task force. So Katie over in the EOC and some other folks are all zeroed in on the footnotes of the CARES Act.
Okay. Because, I mean, I understand what Supervisor Angry's trying to accomplish, but I'm not comfortable with, you know, mixing COVID money with
yeah, we're
overtime.
not going to do that, but yeah.
To me, it doesn't seem like you can, but that's why I asked if the attorneys, they obviously weigh in.
To the extent we can without putting anything in jeopardy.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point.
Then we will, and we won't probably be pushing the envelope here too much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martino. Considering I signed something for $41 million, I want to make sure that you spend it correctly. How much you're supposed to?
And really, just for clarity, that's the reason I asked the question, because if there's a way, if that really is, again, in the spirit of COVID-19 season, this is the season of COVID-19, and we're not out of this by any means of the word. So, you know, that's why I wanted to bring that spotlight on this and see if that's something that needs to be looked into. So, thank you. With that, I move 5Q4.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Supervisor Angry and Supervisor Bodie's doing a second. Discussion?
Yeah, just very quickly, just to piggyback off of what we were just talking about. It's nothing we need to answer. Just obviously, back when COVID first started, we were saying we're going to review the budget every quarter or every few months, and you just spoke to year-end and funds like that. So I would hope that, you know, in July or late July, we'll be given an update on how year-end looked and potential revenue shortfalls, things like that.
Yeah, I was going to point out, year end is June 30th, so I'm sure they'll be getting back to us sometime in July, perhaps with the quarterly report. Doesn't take more than a month, does it?
Later this week, you'll get a report, an updated report, through April at least, from Michelle and Dave.
Okay. Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Further discussion? No. Ms. Matt, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Angry?
Aye.
Supervisor Bodie?
Aye.
Supervisor Bailey?
Aye.
Supervisor Franklin?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson?
Aye.
Supervisor Vega? Chair Wheeler?
Aye. Great. Thank you. So that gets us through our consent agenda. That moves us on to public comment time. So I was just sort of in-person public comment time. In-person public comment time is next. We have 30 people signed up for in-person public comment time. We also have 25 people signed up for remote public comment time. Given that the number of people, hopefully we can move everybody along. I will say we do have a hard stop at 6 o'clock to be able to get some dinner.
Good luck.
Okay.
You're not going to get to that.
Not fair.
You've got 60
Actually, we have
people to
more
get
than
through
that
in
for
3 minutes
in-person
each.
public comment time. Supervisor?
60. There's 30 out here and another 30 online.
Have people signed up for public hearings?
Yes, the item 9L has 8 individuals who have signed up to speak for the public hearing.
Okay. Is there a reason you're asking, Supervisor? Yeah, I mean, I suspect we may not get to that till after we meet with the school board. We don't know. So I guess we'll have to see how it goes, how long public comment time takes us today. So in-person, well, next we'll hear in-person and remote public comment time. People who are signed up to speak in in-person public comment time will come up individually to ensure social distancing takes place. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to deliver remarks. Please state your name and magisterial district at the beginning of your remarks. Please keep decorum if you can. Our first 8 speakers are Teresa Benz, Ilana Castillo, Mike Johnson, Anish Johnson, Aisha Sheikh, Sarah Bilas, Aliana Carter, Barbara Dodge. Those are our first 8. And I'll be indicating when you have 1 minute left based on her lifting up a card. And I'll give you an indication. Thank you.
Teresa Menz, Potomac District. I just want to let people know that there's a good news source. It's One America News Network. They cover a lot of different things. They don't leave you isolated like the mainstream media does. I've never heard so much hate in my life. I just cannot believe it. I know what racism is. I had the white side, I had the Mexican side, and both of them sucked. But I made it through by the grace of God. And I don't look at people as color, but now I know people look at people as color. So I don't see where we can unify, because that's exactly what you guys want to bring to the situation. It's terrible. I want you to know, abortions, they're the sacrifice to Satan. And remember that. I can't believe the people that go out having abortions instead of using the birth control, etc. Just thought I'd throw that out there. And I just can't believe that you allow all this yelling and stuff to go on. I just cannot believe it. You say you want to unify, you want to bring us together. That's not what I see or hear. And it hasn't been since you came on board. Like I said, I made it through life by the grace of God. And I believe in God, but I don't believe in man. And you validate why I don't believe in man. You're not my role models. The one closest to being a role model, and we've had, is Supervisor Lawson. In the last meeting I heard where this board allowed certain supervisors to be attacked. But prior to that, when anyone brought up the other side, oh no, you don't do that. You have to address it to the whole board. It's sad. But Satan must be very happy with all the chaos that's going here. And I do believe in God, and I do believe in Satan. And what I find disgusting is we have laws, and people are not obeying those laws. By the grace of God, my ancestors came here, and I was lucky to be born here. But we bring people from other countries, and we let them drown my voice out and my needs out. And I want to congratulate you for empowering them. And I want to congratulate you for throwing our world to the devil. Satan is alive, and you are helping Satan. And that example is right out there. You're disgusting. And now I didn't realize all the hate there was in this world. I knew there was some, but I didn't realize how much. And you display this every time you open your mouth. You're not the only one who's biracial. You know what it's like not to belong anywhere? I belong to nowhere. By the grace of God, we've made it through.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, in the back. In the back. Before our next speaker, I just want a point of clarity, just so everybody's aware. I was told recently, before the last meeting, that speakers could address individual supervisors if they wanted to, and I could no longer ask people to refrain from doing that. And that was just a change that I let everyone on the board know about. It wasn't that I changed anything, it was that that is a legal issue that people want to address people individually, they are allowed to. And that was as of the last 2 meetings, I think. So just want to make sure this wasn't playing favorites.
Yes.
Next speaker, please.
Yes, my name is Ivania Castillo. I'm a board member from CASA, board member from CASA in Action. I just want to say to the last lady, respect, you are the devil, man. You need to stop and be racist like that. I just want to send a message on behalf of our community that we need to remove the law 287G. They have caused too much pain and suffering to our community. It used our police officers who work in this country. It's an ICE immigration. They use them so they can bring our brothers and sisters, Latinos, to the court and then to the jail. To Sheriff Glen Hill, enough is enough. We don't need 287G that have caused too much pain. Our community is suffering every day because when you go to court, the first thing the judge will tell you is you don't have a driving license. This ended up in deportation. How many thousands of people? The court is stored, the port, and we don't know. He didn't tell us. The police officer, they are not telling us. The sheriff Glen Hill is not telling anybody. So how many families did they destroy because of the 287G? We have people like her. We have people like her, and then we have people like Jessie Vega, who doesn't represent our community, who talk about Latinos, who talk about being Salvadorian for my country. She's embarrassed to our community. She doesn't represent our community, and I'm here to let you know, put a zipper in your mouth when you talk about my community, because you don't represent us, okay? You don't know the suffering. You don't know the pain of our community. I was here in 2007 when our community came and begged and pleaded Corey Stewart and to other supervisors not to pass the law, not to pass the program. To me, it's a law, a racist law to separate families who destroy our community. Our community live every day in fear because of this law. So please get rid of it, 287G. We don't need it. And to that lady, man, you need to learn your history because you pretend that you don't understand what Mr. Victor was saying. You need to learn, Mrs. Lanzo. You need to learn because the message that you're sending, the message that this lady is sending to our community, we don't want to be racist here. Enough is enough. Black lives matter. George Floyd matter. Okay? So please understand that we are here to stay. We are not going nowhere. This is our country. We pay taxes here. Our community live in this community. I don't care really what you two say because you know what? We have the Democrats on the front. And they're going to do the right thing. That's why our community has supported them and loved them and respected them. Because they represent me, they represent my community. Leslie Vega, you want to be a hero? Be a hero to your community when you respect them.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Michael Johnson. Alisa Johnson.
Good afternoon to all the members of this community. My name is Delia Escobar, and I just want to tell you that I don't like 287G.
Can you speak in the microphone and also let us know what magisterial district you're in?
I live in Prince William County for 35 years. I've been looking and seeing all the changes in this county, and it makes me sad that it feels it is so much division in this county. We should be united and try to resolve all the problems that we have here, not to divide more the people. We have to,
thank you very much.
I don't know what you have to do, but the people who is not with you guys, they should look for something else to do. Because if they are here, it's because people elect you, not because it makes me so upset to hear people talking about everybody. We have to make solutions, not pick on everybody. 287 don't take anybody anywhere. 287, that law just is not good for our community. I just want you to check and see if you can decide to use the money that you use for that law and education. You see those schools, children taking classes in those boxes, I call it boxes. It's so sad to see children from this country and those, and they don't have classes, they don't have places to go and have classes.
One minute
It
left.
makes me upset. And you can use the money for health insurance for people in the community. It's so much things to do. Please be united and do something. That's why we elect you. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, buenas tardes. My name is Ruben Chavez. I live here in Prince William County. I've been a resident for over 20 years. I live in the Occoquan district. I'm here to say we need to defund the police and we need to stop 287G. I'm tired of seeing our people getting criminalized. I'm tired of seeing over-policing in our communities. I'm tired of people like Wesley Vega who needs fucking pupusas with a fork and knife and doesn't represent our community. Continues to criminalize us, you know? I'm tired of this stuff.
Sir, if you can't keep decorum, and profanity and vulgarity include that, then...
It's not my First Amendment, right?
No, not for vulgarity and
okay, so
not for vulgarity,
I'm going to continue talking, okay? Everybody in here is responsible for criminalizing people as well. All y'all are, okay? You don't see what y'all are doing. This is the reason why our black and brown communities are the ones who are most affected in here in Prince William County. All the folks all on Route 1, those on the 22101 district, those are the people who didn't get enough support. And it's because people like y'all, politicians, all of y'all, I don't care what party you're from, all of y'all are responsible for deaths here in Prince William County. And you need to be held accountable. Do you understand? All of y'all are responsible for the lives here. If you represent the people, you need to protect us. Put funding in the places that are important, you know, like social services, schooling, healthcare. What is wrong with y'all? The whole world is watching us right now. The whole world is watching us, and they can see clearly that Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. You need to understand that clear. We're tired. We're not going to wait anymore. We're not going to freaking vote anymore. All right? We're going to take the streets to get what we need.
1 minute remaining, please.
You understand that? People are tired. That's why we have people out here right now. Coming over here because we care. This is the youth speaking. We're seeing our friends and family die. And we don't want to see them die anymore. All these institutions that support white supremacy, y'all should be ashamed, especially you. I'm so angry. I'm so angry right now. I can't believe I live in a county that allows these kind of things to happen. That I live in a country that thinks that they're omnipotent. What is wrong with y'all? This country is built by slaves, by black people, and it's built on stolen land. I'm done.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Supervisor Bailey.
For the next hold on.
Yeah.
I think that if you would please, there needs to be decorum in this chamber. And if you could please help us with that, I would really appreciate it. We've practiced discord and lack of decorum in this chamber long enough. And I would appreciate it if you would support me in that. Thank you so much.
Yes, I can cut people off if they're vulgar and they're threatening, and then told otherwise. I'm not allowed to do that based on the law, just so everyone knows. I apologize for missing the vulgarity.
I'm not offended, Madam Chair. Thank you for that.
Okay. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Lawson.
I appreciate you. It's fine that you missed it. I appreciate that you handled it right away.
Okay.
Ready?
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Asha Sheikh, and I've been a resident of Prince William County for over 22 years. And the supervisor that works for me is Supervisor Vega, and I hope you know that you work for me along with others out there. I'm here to ask you today, to the board, to make Prince William County a welcoming place where I can be proud, along with everyone out there, to live in. I want to live in an inclusive county where we respect others for how they choose to pray and for who they love, where they don't have to live in fear because of programs, no matter what community they belong to, or they're intimidated in any way. I ask today, first off, to Mr. Martino and his alternate, Mr. Torres, who are the voices of the county government, going to the jail board to speak about 287G, to eliminate it. We need to eliminate it. Lastly, the board I hope the board recognizes the great insult it was to Black Lives Matter, the movement, by presenting essentially an All Lives Matter proclamation about 2 weeks ago, after the death of George Floyd. There's a time and place for everything, and I hope you understand that. And it's time for us as a county not only to say Black Lives Matter, but to show it. I appreciate you passing these proclamations today, which was a start. Now on to changing Jefferson Davis Highway. It's time now to get justice for Rubin, and it's also time for us to get justice here for everyone that was affected, especially Ashiki Berry, in the riots or the protests that happened. I don't want her to be forgotten. This happened here in Prince William County.
I'm not talking about things that happen all around.
Jurisprudence,
And I've been
and the US and
reminded of
Virginia
that.
constitutions.
It's time to talk about what's happened here in Prince William County and for you to do something about it. And you've taken a stance today and done that, and I hope you'll continue. And only when all these things are done will we be Prince William strong. And I hope you guys remember this. Thank you.
I don't think we can solve it.
Our next speaker listed is Sarah Willets.
Transparency and consequences to public employees, including the members of this board who abuse their position.
Hi, my name is Alina Carger. I'm from the Gainesville district. I just want to first start off with Black Lives Matter. I think it's absolutely astounding that the day and age that we live in, we constantly see on the news and on social media, black bodies being murdered, being lynched. Our president further incites this violence. Our generation, my generation of young people, is becoming more and more aware of the claws of oppression that are so deeply rooted in our American culture, and where it's becoming more and more obvious that slavery was never really outlawed, it was just reimagined. And it's astounding that Nestle Vega managed to ignore all of that and then throw fire into the flames with the whole All Lives Matter resolution. Nestle Vega, you're useless. Janine Watson, every time you speak, I lose brain cells. For a moment, just acknowledge what we are living in today. ICE has lost track of over 3,000 migrant children, yet you guys insist on having a relationship with them and allowing them into our community. Our forests are burning. We have a little under a decade to solve the climate crisis, and you guys sit stagnant, do nothing. Black people, especially black women, are being killed at alarming rates. Just this week, 5 black men have been lynched. And yet Janine Lawson sits there and doesn't even know who W.E. Du Bois is? You're a joke. Kids in Yemen are starving to death. Unemployment is still high. Our citizens need help. And in all these existential threats and issues that we have, what do the people on this board choose to fight? Candline is sending out emails about some alleged secret meeting. That's the hill you want to die on? People are dying. You guys are in power, and we're literally begging you guys to use your power to help your constituents. And look at Janine Watson, she can't even lift her head from the papers.
1 minute left.
I'm just begging you guys to use your power. Stop overfunding the police. Give it to education. Give it to the communities who need it. The Republicans on this board are useless. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
I would first like to say my name is Emma. I'm from the Gainesville district. I've lived here for 13 years. And I would also like to say Black Lives Matter. As an Asian American, I would not be standing here today if it wasn't for the civil rights movement of Black people that brought my father into this country so that he could serve this community as a doctor. And honestly, he's on the front line with many other Black doctors fighting the good fight against COVID-19. But I'd like to say to the members of this board, especially Leslie Vega, that you say congratulations to the class of 2020. But I've just graduated from university, and your congratulations means nothing to me. It's merely empty words you use to pursue your self-power image, that you care about the future of our youth. And I will not be naive to believe that you care about us when you don't even care about the people who are the same skin color as you. All I can say is that this is a county that you're creating. It's a place that I do not want to return to, a place where, tucked behind the safety of your desk, you hurt the very people that broke their backs for you to get to the position which you are in. Thank you, and I yield my time.
So let's start our next speakers. Barbara Dodge, Ocean Franzia, Janet Rosenthal, Aida, handwriting, Zetcher, Justin, Doris, Enrique,
Detone Moses Sheik.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Wheeler and board members. My name is Barbara Dosh, and I'm from the Pulse Magisterial District. I'll stay with my written remarks because there's so much to comment on here, but diversity, multiculturalism, and tolerance are the watchwords of political correctness today. The thought police have defined those words to enforce the liberal left-wing agenda. Today, diversity means diversity only for thoughts and practices that are politically correct. Political correctness means conformity to left-wing orthodoxy. Multiculturalism means all cultures are equal, but Western Judeo-Christian culture is the worst. Much like Napoleon in Animal Farm declared that all are equal, only some are more equal than others. Tolerance means acceptance of all behaviors except those that agree with the Ten Commandments. Historically, our country was founded and grew with a very diverse culture.
Yeah. What number are you?
And while many
36.
groups initially suffered discrimination during
I'm
the first
19.
several generations following their arrival in the United States.
I'm not going to raise any hell this time.
Over time, they
They're not gonna
assimilated
drag me
into the
out.
culture, and the
I got
culture
a
became
different
richer
strategy.
as their native cultures blended with the existing American culture. But today we see hostility and violence developing throughout the land. No longer are people looking to each other as fellow Americans, joined in mind and soul, but as ethnic, racial, and religious enemies. Judeo-Christians are being seen as the enemy today. Our nation is divided, and political diversity addiction leads to the way to further destruction of our freedoms. Diversity can be both good and bad. The merging of peoples with different cultural, ethnic, racial, and religious backgrounds will bring the best of these cultures to share and enrich the predominant culture are positive forms of diversity. These actions are far different from the indoctrination techniques used in compulsory diversity programs to change citizens' prior beliefs, such as the LGBTQ proclamation. I wanted to comment too, I can't believe all of the hatred to the board in general. I'm aghast at it. And W.E.B. Du Bois was a educator, a sociologist, a great black educator, sociologist. He was not a violent man. He was not a victim man. I studied him in school. The black people should be reading him, studying him, knowing him, and they would not be like that.
Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Martin Luther King character.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
This is my son, Ruben. Pay attention because he was only 15 years old.
If you could give us your name and magisterial district before you begin.
Yeah, I live in Haymarket. My name is Oscar Urbina.
Thank you.
And this is my son, 15 years old, and he has a context on this because he was buried by this little guy. Yes, as I share, you will find out why he has a context. All right, I said I live in Haymarket. My name is Oscar Urbina. I'm here to speak on behalf of my son who was shot and killed in front of our house like an animal, in front of our house in 2017. He was killed by a fearful, coward criminal cop. I want to really listen because it's extremely difficult to transmit the pain that has occurred to our family. As you all know, grief is very, very, very personal. It can only be felt when it hits home, and for those that go through it. What I want people to understand is the extent of the destruction that the murder of a child has on a family. It is impossible to measure the pain and agony. I felt like when they killed Ruben, they killed my whole family. It's been 3 years of pure hell. My boy was a member of this community, but now he's not here. He has no voice. So now, as his father, I'm his voice, and my boy Ruben 50, he has a message for you. He has a message for you and request for this panel of elected officials. My son Ruben is asking you to do whatever you can to save future lives for being killed by police brutality. Let's work together and on an action plan that prevents loss of lives at the end of police. Today is the day to act, not tomorrow, while we still have our loved ones with us. No more lives.
1 minute remaining.
No more lives should be stolen from us. Ruben, request for you is this: let's work to implement a process by which mental health qualified personnel are dispatched first when a 911 call comes in. Some states already have these programs in place, and they approve that it can be done. It can be done. We have 1 minute. So I'm going to finish with this because 3 minutes is very short time. On behalf of my 15-year-old son who was deprived of his constitutional right to pursue the pursuit of happiness, I ask, in his name, I ask all of you to please do not ignore us and do not ignore us and dispose of us as if we were animals. We're not animals, we are people. Let's go to work and defund the police.
Your time is up.
Yes, I do have, thank you for listening. I have a very good example about the funding. I don't know if you can allow me.
Your time is up, but thank you very much. Okay. You can always reach out to the board directly. Thank you. Supervisor Bodie.
My deepest condolences to the loss of Ruben. I followed that story very closely as part of my working on my CP, and that's one of the issues why some of us have supported the co-responder, because we know that those issues happen and that they should not. So for him, my heart breaks for him all over again. Thank you.
And with that, I will also note that citizens' time is, we just got some additional names, is closed, so we can keep on, not just keep on going, but the list is everyone who's signed up. If you're sitting in and want to speak, please sign up now. Otherwise, we'll consider that you don't want to speak. Next speaker, please.
My name is Ada Iftikhar. I'm from the Gainesville district. And first off, I want to say Black Lives Matter, obviously. And I want to eliminate 287G. And y'all should know that it costs $300,000. I want to use that $300,000 to fund the co-responders unit in Unedited County. So fatalities like Oscar Urbina's son doesn't happen again. And we can understand that people with mental illness deserve the same treatment. They deserve to be handled with care. That's all I need to say.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I just came here to say.
If you could give us your name and your magisterial district.
My name is Justin, and my magisterial district is Potomac. I just came here to say I'd like change, and I'd like to see change on this board. Janine Lawson and Yessa Vega, your comments and insensitivity, I mean, like, it's absurd. Like, why can't you say Black Lives Matter? Why do you have to say all lives matter? Personally, if I wanted to stay around in this county and I wanted to live here, I would run a recall against both of you. You both fucking suck. Fuck.
Excuse me. I'd like to remind our speakers that you do yourselves no favor by losing decorum.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Janet Rosenthal, and I reside in the Gainesville district. I watched with much dismay the unfolding of the events at your meeting on June 2nd. I will come straight to the point. You say that you all want to be transparent, but your actions do not reflect this. The illegal meeting that took place Sunday afternoon by a select few members of the board is the latest example. What is it that you have to hide? Remember, as members of the board, you are elected to serve the citizens of Prince William County. We are not here to serve you. The action reminded me of when Nancy Pelosi locked the GOP representatives out of the office building to conduct a meeting without them. When the topic of the meeting presented itself at the board meeting on the 2nd, you all, as the board, had a chance to redeem yourself and to present a unified body for the citizens of Prince William County. This was your one chance to be transparent and to put the citizens first. I understand what the county executive was saying, but as Supervisor Lawson stated, you all could start out with an open meeting, and then if it's so deep, you all could go into closed session. The Board of County Supervisors is very diverse now, which is great for the citizens. It's like a big tree, where all the branches are representative of all groups of the citizens of our county. Why can't you all use your individual diversity and work together for the growth of all? We are a county of laws, and when laws break, anarchy breaks down. I witnessed this on that Saturday night in my own city of Manassas. To my fellow Americans, I would like to say, they came for our guns and we did nothing. They came for our police and we did nothing. They came for our books, Gone with the Wind, and we did nothing.
Oh, thanks. It's useful for these things. So.
And we did nothing.
Are you here to support us?
So I'm kind of a middle of the road guy. I actually don't think we have a racial problem. I think we have a power and we have a corruption problem. I think the racial things that we're seeing are an impact of that, not the cause.
I think we have everything in this community that is wrong. We need to fix a lot of things, and one of those things is get rid of 287G. We don't need that. We don't need that program, the separate program. We just don't.
The 287G, I honestly don't know enough about it to make a logical point on it. So I think it depends on how the program is instituted and how it's executed as to whether or not it's
clearly
effective.
Isabel, they stop people. They ask them for the driving license.
So
they don't have
my
it.
understanding
They
is
take them to court. They ended up in jail. Then they deport them.
My understanding of that program is that the question isn't asked until after they are booked. So in that case, I'm okay with it. If it is something that's happening, I don't know. Then that's my understanding of that.
They do ask did you have a driving license? In the past, they have done it so many times. Ask them if they're resident, if they have a green card. That's why we sue the county.
Yeah, so I would agree with you. You shouldn't be able to do that. But once somebody is booked, I don't have an issue with them looking to see if they've got a warrant for them.
Put you in the protection just because you don't have a license.
Yeah.
I mean, you are good enough to pay rent, to pay for your groceries, to spend your taxes here, but you are not good enough to go to court and come out and go back to your family.
But I mean, are they arresting them for driving without a license?
No, what I'm saying is they are not giving them any immigration reform. Okay, they are not giving them the opportunity to stay in this country legally, but they are good enough to work 2 to 3 jobs to provide for the economy of this country.
So,
you know, if you don't want to send somebody, if you don't want them to work, well then, why is it that you're taking their taxes and then you deport them?
I think that's conflating the issue.
Huh?
I think that's conflating the issue.
I think we need to start from 287G, need to go. From there, we're going to have a better place to live.
I refrain judgment because I don't know enough about the program.
Yeah, live in peace.
I was trying to, where we don't get the habit of addressing every speaker and going down that rabbit hole.
I gotta
Jess,
I see you.
But if you would like to say
which one
something,
they're
I
on?
know you were a fan of that program.
Do you know which one they're on?
No.
But I will echo what Supervisor Franklin is saying in terms of that program. I think I want it, as long as we're on the dais, it's an educational piece that we're doing when we're on this dais. And in partnership with what Supervisor Franklin is saying, when Supervisor Bodie was saying about the program that he and I had worked on. The reason why it's important that we fund that program is because they had no other place to go, an understanding for healing, to work with the police department, and they came to the NAACP. So I just want to make the public aware of that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Bailey. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Enrique. I live in the Gainesville district. There's just so much I want to talk about, but there's only 3 minutes. But I want to start with asking a question to Ms. Vega. Would you consider yourself racist?
This isn't an interactive process, sir. You're welcome to keep on going.
Okay,
You have
so
3 minutes.
hopefully not. But I just want to ask you, why are there screenshots of you saying the N-word? You're not black. You shouldn't be using the N-word, and that's disgusting. As a white Hispanic who benefits from my color, you do not represent the Latin community. You're a disgrace, and you're disgusting. Okay? Like, you are disgusting. Now, I do want to talk about the co-responders program because I think it has potential. We can start by putting more funding into it by voting against 287G and putting that $300,000 towards that program. I think that's a good start. Honestly, I don't have anything else to say. Janine, Lawson, you suck. Yes, Lee Vega, you fucking suck. And everybody else.
Excuse me, his time is up. Thank you very much, sir. I assume you're Moses?
Moise.
After Moise Sheik, the next 5 speakers will be Neil Hamilton, Gerard Carter, Clyde Forcer, John Moreau, and Ada Campos. Yes.
I originally had signed up to say only 2 things, Black Lives Matter and eliminate 287G. However, after the comments of this morning, I feel obligated to say at least a little bit more. Our Prince William County Police Department is not a model police department. 2017, Ruben Urbina was murdered, and as soon as 2 weeks ago, our Sheikh Berry brought up that there was a disproportionate response to whatever she had done. She just asked if the protests had turned violent. 10 police officers showed up, disproportionately responded. Not only that, at the same period, on 234, protesters were peaceful, they were responded to with tear gas. This is simply not okay. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Neil Hamilton, if he's still there.
Awesome, thank you.
Clyde Forcer, I'm a Prince William County resident for 16 years. And before I make my statement, I would like to say Mr. Angry is my supervisor. And Mr. Angry, I would love the privilege to be able to work with you in bettering the community for all of us. One of the things, I came here to protest today, not to bash the police because there are good cops out here, but there has to be reform on the political level to weed out the rogue cops. Because racism is not, people are not born racist. Racism is taught by their parents and peers and in their respective communities, just like love and your ABCs in school. Dialogue, I like the fact that there is a dialogue here today, even though there may be some disagreement on different levels, which is understood. But through continued dialogue, I believe that we can make progress because Black lives do matter. Like I said, all lives will matter, but Black lives truly matter. And that's where we have to get in this country because through all the recent events with Mr. Floyd and Mr. Brooks dying recently, and people before him, the fabric of this very country has been torn. But we all have a social responsibility into repairing this country to make this country a really great nation. Because right now, everybody is crying. right now. And there has to be calm. But we're not getting calm from the very top at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue where we're supposed to get it. So I don't know, what he's going to continue to do, but even if he doesn't, we still have a responsibility ourselves to do it. And I am glad that, I'm here today and listening to everybody speak.
1 minute remaining.
3 minutes. Thank you. And I just want to say that we have to keep the dialogue. And one of the things that I would like to do, if I'm granted the opportunity, is I would like to personally sit with the police chief and shake his hand and discuss possibly what are some of the options for improving relationships, because I realize that there is a big disparity, in the Black and Latino communities, not only here in Prince William County, but in a lot of other counties, states across America. And I believe that if we're given a chance to sit down peacefully and talk without raising our voices, that the police chiefs are willing and other members are willing to hear. And
your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Franklin.
So I just want to thank the gentleman for speaking and encourage the rest of our speakers to really take that attitude, and that there are a lot of people that are angry. There are a lot of people that are upset about what's going on, but it's on each of us individually to figure out what respect looks like. And if we want to have a real dialogue and figure out how do we change people's minds about certain policies and how do we get what we want out of certain policies, it starts with the dialogue. And that gentleman offered to have a dialogue, so I would just encourage others to take into that same spirit. We have a lot of work to do, but we have to start with figuring out what does respect look like. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Java, and I'm from the Coles District within Prince William County. I just wanted to start off by saying Black Lives Matter and eliminate 287G. And I want to point out that I've been emphasized that as a 22-year-old to get the youth involved and to speak up and to listen. But we're currently in a time where a lot of the youth is frustrated and angry, not just at you guys as super board officials, but at the country as a whole. We've been fighting the civil rights movement for so long, and I've been told by my elders, do it the right way, but we're still fighting, so what is the right way necessarily? I want to help the community. I say defund the police, not to just get rid of them, but to redistribute the wealth into the community so we can build ourselves up for social programs, get social workers, and attack the issues that are necessary, like mental health, that we don't talk about. The Geneva Protocol makes it illegal to use militaristic weapons in international affairs, yet I see it used tear gas and rubber bullets within citizens for peaceful protests. So are we just less valuable as that? And we're at the point where we're asking for change, but asking doesn't feel appropriate anymore. We're demanding it, and it's going to be met one way or another. And I'm not trying to get violent, and I'm not trying to make any threats, but that's just the point that we're slowly approaching because we're just so fed up. And, it's so many things that, Black Lives Matter, but what about All Lives Matter? Then we can bring in some cases. Breonna Taylor was murdered March 13th of 2020. It is now June 16th, and the cops who have killed her have no repercussions. And even if they are in trial, why is it taking so long? This is why we say Black Lives Matter. Black trans lives matter. Black women lives matter. These are my mothers and sisters that I have to continuously fight for a future to be established. And now, I'm not going to call out Jeanine Lawson and Yesley Vega in an attempt to attack them. I'm just going to say that comments have been made, and they're heard by people like me. And people like me make up the community. You don't know me, but we can know you, and we can look up your information. So sure, you can turn a blind eye and turn away. I get it. It wasn't very respectful, and I understand. But keep in mind, we are the same community that put you in those positions, and if needed be, one minute remaining. And so, I'd like to make another point that people are hesitant to talk about programs and certain changes for like the LGBTQ because of their religion. 1905, it established the separation of church and state for that reason alone. God could not come into this situation when we're talking about law and government. So all in all, I want to take this in and say that the community is speaking and we are hoping you hear us before we have to take matters into our own hand and change it our way. I now yield my time.
speaker, please.
Number 19, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
From Woodbridge, Virginia. I didn't come today prepared to speak. I saw on Instagram there was a protest in my neighborhood, and I came to show up and decided to say something because Black Lives Matter, and it's time that we acknowledge that nationally and take appropriate steps within our own communities to make changes to defund our police and fund the social programs that support our communities. 287G is dangerous, and we need to immediately withdraw from that program. Ms. Margaret Franklin, you're my representative, and I mentioned when you showed up on my doorstep, you've also worked closely with my parents, and I continue to become more involved from a local perspective. I've been to DC, but I need to get more involved in my local elections, policy making, and motivate and inspire and support the youth. I brought my babies here today so they could see that it's important for us all to take a stand. My babies know I will not stand by while others are oppressed and killed because of the color of their skin.
They call you Junior? I love you, Dad.
I will continue to be here as long as I can, in whatever way I can, to support everybody in the community, especially Black and brown people in the community that don't have the same opportunities.
1 minute remaining.
Black Lives Matter, and we need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Luro. I live in Haymarket. I'm in Janine Lawson's district. Wanted to make just a quick comment, and I'm going to keep things pretty high level. George Orwell is turning over in his grave right now. Doublethink and thought crime is alive and well in our society. What was supposed to be his warning to us as to the dangers of an unquestioned ideology have instead turned into a blueprint. It's tearing us apart. You can look outside. It is tearing this community apart. We don't trust our news, our politicians, our neighbors, our media and leaders are routinely focused on framing the dialogue and invoking emotional responses instead of presenting facts and reasoned analysis. We routinely conflate consequences with causality in our discourse and have no respect for alternative viewpoints. The concepts of Marxist totalitarianism have been repackaged and marketed as identity politics and intersectionality. These belief systems are rooted in the destruction of individualism and are fundamentally at odds with the tenets of American jurisprudence and the U.S. and Virginia constitutions. People are justifiably upset about a lot of things right now. Most recently is the death of George Floyd and has sparked intense protests, as you are well aware. In my opinion, we don't have a systemic race problem, we have a systemic corruption problem and power problem that results in racial impacts, as bad actors are enabled without check to act on their personal biases. I don't think we can solve racism any more than we can solve dishonesty. We can, however, put in place measures that increase training, transparency, consequences to public employees, including the members of this board who abuse their position. We need our elected representatives to act with integrity in order for anything we do to be effective and to actually help heal our communities. Gotcha politics, ends justify the mean mentalities, surprise agenda items and meetings behind closed doors, prejudice and bias against one group of protesters over another, unequal consideration for all of our constitutional rights. These behaviors by this board work against any healing or progress that can be made in the community. So as we move forward, I am imploring the members of this board to take a long, hard look and start leading by example and stop stooping to the lowest common denominator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ada Campos. After Ada Campos, we have Brian Bennett.
Janelle Blanco, Nelson Dolores Lopez, Grace Littner, Tim Parrish.
Hi, I'm Aida Campos, and my district is Woodbridge. I just want to start by saying that police violence should be considered one of the most important public health and safety issues.
Oh yeah, passion's good. I've been working on that one for like 2 weeks now.
This system was never.
But it's. I mean. We don't have a racist, we don't have a systemic racist problem. We have a systemic power and corruption problem. And it enables bad actors to get away with things. And so when that bad actor is a racist person, well, that's the easiest thing that they can get away with. If they're a sexist person, then they can get away with it, right? We need to start actually talking to people and stop trying to do the identity politics and the dissolution of the individual. Like, the American Constitution is completely founded on the idea that we are all individuals and we are all individually responsible for ourselves. We can't blame a whole group of people because of a couple bad actors. Right? Even if they're really bad actors, you can't blame them because that gets rid of the whole idea of innocent until proven guilty. So, we see it with all of these things that are happening, and we especially need these people on this board to start acting with some integrity. The way that they have treated the Black Lives Matter protesters over the Reopen Virginia protesters, over the 2A protesters, are just glaring examples of hypocrisy. And they need to be like, no, you treat all the protesters the same. You don't snark at them, you don't roll your eyes at them, you don't you just treat them all the same. Let them talk.
287G is not what the community
Thank you.
wants. You've got to hate yourself and your community so much to be praising a program that directly harms and targets immigrants in this country.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an all lives matter guy. Like, I fully believe in like everybody's life matter, including Black lives. But we should be treating people equally. And some of the ideas that are being promulgated that are saying, oh, this is going to solve our problem. We're going to solve racism by instituting a overtly racist policy that says these people get special treatment and these people don't. No, that's just going to make the problem worse. It's going to compound it and kick it down the road, and then you got another group that's pissed off because they're being treated unequally.
Black trans folks matter. Black stories and Black history matter. We demand that you all vote no on 287G. Respect looks like young, Black, trans, disabled people not dying at the hands of the police.
But here's the thing: the data that we are seeing in the media is complete BS. Like, there are white people that get killed by the cops too, and it's the same type of aggression. There's a I forget the guy's name.
So
it's
there
like,
should be outrage.
yeah, everyone should be outraged. Everybody should be outraged at this. It's a power issue, and one of the easiest ways for somebody who's in power to express that power is to have bias and sexism or racism or whatever in their actions against somebody. It is the easiest thing to do. It's the easiest thing to give into. It's quick. It's easy. It's I'm in charge here. No, you can't. Right? So yeah, if they don't have any checks on them, that's going to be a problem. But,
Well, it was really interesting.
oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Support the people standing outside the information desk right now with guns on their belts. This type of problem cannot be reformed. Rayshard Brooks was killed in Atlanta this week, and the officer who killed him had de-escalating training days before. If you think that this problem can go away by reform,
Very good speech.
Thank you. Been working on that.
Have you enjoyed the idiocracy?
Oh, it's been fun.
And I'm like, Democrats want to claim these children? Please do.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tantrum. Although I had a couple of them come up to me afterwards and say, hey, good speech. So that's good.
Yeah, you have some attention here. You got
Black civilian
I don't think they knew what to make
They are approached by the police.
Good. Hopefully they're thinking.
It does not contest with the pressure that an undocumented immigrant
Hey, you know what?
feels.
They can always start.
They are approached by the police in this county because of 287G.
Yeah.
287G will be voted
I don't think I
on
would have
tomorrow.
cursed that flag.
Yeah, I don't think I would have done that either. I might actually step outside and have a nicotine break. If I think I can get back in.
My last point. The moment you start to police language to respect decorum, because these walls for some reason are holy, that is the
1 minute remaining.
moment that you lose the voices of the people who are most and most rightfully upset. With that being said, fuck decorum.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Nelson Dolores Lopez. I live in Woodbridge. I would like to start off with saying Black Lives Matter. Stop with this all lives matter crap. What matters is Black lives. What matters is what matters is not reform, but defunding police. What matters is justice for Reuben. You heard him today, you heard his father today. What happens when a system that was created on white supremacy is allowed to continue and kill black and brown people, women, children. Terrorize black and brown communities. And another form of that terrorization, of that terrorizing the black and brown community, is 287G. We need to end 287G. It's been way too long. I've lived here for most of the part of that 287G as it existed, and I've seen it tear away families, tear away friends, community members. And this criminalization, the surveillance, incarceration, deportation, it rips away families. And is it a thing that makes our communities unsafe? 287G needs to end tomorrow, but not just that. For this board and anything moving forward, there cannot be
1 minute remaining.
There cannot be any collaboration with ICE. No collaboration at ICE at all. And instead, money that would have gone to this program needs to go to what actually makes our community safe and doesn't criminalize black and brown people, migrant people, education, health, affordable housing. It's no coincidence that the highest rate of COVID in Virginia is along an area that is so heavily migrant. And last, I just want to say, I don't see Yesli Vega. I think she probably left, but I hope she hears this. Sos una vergüenza. You are, I can't say enough how much embarrassment you bring. You say that you know what makes migrant communities safe, that you represent us as a fellow Salvadorian. You're not one. Get out of here with that. You don't represent us. 287G shouldn't be here.
Your time is up.
No
Thank you very
collaboration
much.
with ICE. Fuck ICE.
Next speaker, please. Grace, back speaker.
Oh.
Ms. Littner, I should say, sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Grace Littner. I live in the Coles District. I've lived in the Coles District since 1998, and I've lived in Prince William County since 1966. So some people like to say, I've lived here 10 years, I've lived here 20, and I think they think it gives them credibility. Well, I've lived in Prince William County nonstop for 54 years. And I have a good aging cream, so I don't look 56, some people tell me. But anyway, what I want to say is that Black Lives Matter. And I want to say that it's not about elevating black people. I mean, I easily understand. And I'm not a supervisor. I understand it's about equal treatment of blacks to white people. It's pretty easy to understand. It's not a zero-sum game where, oh, we've got to be better So we've got to put them down. So anyway, I want to just repeat, Black Lives Matter. It's not about elevating one race. I just wanted to repeat that for people that come in the room. And I want to say there's enough American pie to go around to everybody. There's enough to share. Nobody's coming for you. Your country's not falling apart. I have just as much right to wave the American flag as people with different values than me. We all care about the same thing. We all want a good community. So there's enough, like I said, there's enough to go around. And borrowing Martin Luther King, I hope
1
that's
minute
okay.
remaining.
I want to say perhaps it's time for people to be judged by not the content of their skin, but by their character. And I'm not afraid. So if I can do it, it's pretty easy. And I also want to say LGBTQ rights are human rights. And I want 287G ended. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. After Mr. Parrish, we have the speaker Jim Nida, Clara Owens, Emily Grego, Robert Hand, and Maria Martin.
Kind of tall, there we go. Members of the board, Chair Wheeler, thanks for having us. I just want to open really fast by saying that...
If you could give your name and magisterial
yes, ma'am,
district.
You're correct. Tim Parrish, Woodbridge District. No problem, thank you. Supervisor Vega, I just want to tell you that you are appreciated. We understand that you serve this community as a law enforcement officer. We understand that you're a military family, and you are very much appreciated. Supervisor Lawson, I agree this is the greatest nation to ever be known on the face of this planet, so I agree with your comments earlier, ma'am. I'm here to support our law enforcement officers. They are phenomenal. The law enforcement officers we have here, they're phenomenal folks, and I think that it's absurd that we're having a conversation about defunding our police. There is no ambiguity about what that means. I'm also a little shaken as a former law enforcement officer that Supervisor Vega put forward a proclamation to say that we appreciate our police, and someone said we needed to have a conversation about that. I don't understand how we have to have a conversation. I watched Chair Wheeler when I was here last time. Someone was in here and she asked the police to come in here, and those police officers came in, they didn't ask any questions. They came in here and they did what they were asked to do, just like they do every single day on the streets of Prince William County. So I think that's a bit absurd. I'll end with this, or I'll make a second comment with this. A staffer that was appointed to a commission here by a city board member made a comment on Twitter earlier that said that we need to defund the police because the police are never fair. And I know that with the exception of Sergeant Major Angry and Supervisor Vega, many of you have not had the honor of wearing uniforms, so I want to really tell you what's not fair. It's not fair that on 9/11 our police officers ran in and out of those Twin Towers to save human life with no regard for their own. It's not fair that we have police officers on domestic violence calls every day. They get beat up,
Good senior, thank you so much.
and they get hurt, and they get injured to pull spouses out of abusive homes. It's not fair that we get to go to work every day, and our police officers, we get to go to work every day and be absolutely peaceful, but our police officers kiss their kids, their families goodbye, knowing full well they might not come back. And they do it for pennies. They don't ask for thank you, they don't ask for an attaboy. That's what's not fair. And I would challenge any member of this board to look at Ashley Don's family and tell her she got slain here in the county going to domestic violence on her first day on the job after serving in our United States Marine Corps. Her first day on the job, she got shot and killed on these streets. I would challenge any one of you to tell her family to agree with your staffer that the police are never fair, that she was never fair. I'll leave you with this, that if you're not willing to stand behind our police officers, then feel free to stand in front of them. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Or hide in the basement, one of the two. Hide in the basement or stand behind the cops.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Nida. I'm in the Brentsville District. I'm here to support the Prince William County Police. I'm a retired 28-year law enforcement officer. before and after my retirement, I've been for 40 years a law enforcement trainer and currently train police officers at police academies here in Virginia. I'm also a retired 10th degree black belt in martial arts. With your unanimous vote, I'm privileged to serve on your weapons control committee. I'm asking you some very couple of simple things. Please do not defund the police. Don't remove or consider removing school resource officers from our public schools. And Supervisor Franklin, I totally agree and support your your proposal to fund, to hold police officer recruiting drives in our schools. I think that's a superb idea. And I want to make a statement about George Floyd. I think it's clear that he was murdered by the police officer, and that other officers on the scene had a duty and a responsibility to stop that from happening, and that would not occur here in Prince William County. What they did was criminal. It's been a standard of police training to never use choke or suffocation holds in training since its inception. I mean, since I've been doing this for 40 years. Those types of moves have force and happening since its inception. It is not and does not need to be changed in Prince William County for training tactics. That the de-escalation doesn't need to include that because it never existed. They've never been able to do that, and I teach the lethality portion of that training. I'm an advocate for additional police training, and also because officers receive de-escalation training to include that as well. I'm recommending that additional money be appropriated for additional defensive tactics training, be increased to 40 hours per year for every police officer in this county. Because there's some situations that exist when an arrest occurs. Only four things exist.
1 minute remaining.
A compliant person, an immediate runner, a person who fights to run, and a person who fights to kill. I've had to fight for my life 4 times in my career to avoid being killed. I can tell you that defensive tactics needs to be trained to the umpteenth degree to our police officers to avoid having to use lethal force. So I implore you to consider the additional training for our police officers and the funding that goes along with that. It produces a better outcome for everyone. I want to thank the members of the law enforcement community in Prince William County and thank them and you for your hard work and dedication to duty and service. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello.
Good job, man.
Hi. I am from Massachusetts, and I'm here. There's been a lot of talk about
your name, please.
Nikki Carroll. There's been a lot of talk of funding recently, and one perspective that I wanted to add while we're talking about funding education versus funding the police, as if it's a zero-sum thing. I'm here because I grew up in Manassas, and my family moved away from it. And when we decided to move back to Virginia, I was hoping that we would be moving to Manassas. But you know what, my parents who are Republicans, my parents who are veterans, and my parents who are small business owners, they told me that that they didn't want to move back to Manassas because of the way that that aggressive immigration policies have affected the community, the way that aggressive anti-blackness has affected the community, and the lack of support for LGBT. It is bad for business for these things to be going on. If you're talking about this as if it's a partisan issue, it is not necessarily a partisan issue. Well, small business owners do not feel supported when they have to worry about the people in their community being attacked and terrorized. This is just completely unacceptable. I made the effort to move back to Manassas because I love the community. But as a young person, the absence of jobs ends up being like a really direct thing for me to be able to, continue to live here. I want to be someone who my tax dollars end up contributing to policies that I care about. But if the businesses, that make a substantial amount of money aren't here because they chose to go somewhere else because of backwards policies regarding immigration, that's just not gonna. I'm not gonna be able to stay here and pay pay taxes that end up going to education or funding the police. So you have to reconsider, this idea of it as these things as a partisan issue. It's completely unacceptable. And, you know, it's just, it's not okay.
1 minute remaining.
I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Clara Owens. If Clara Owens isn't here, it's Emily Crago. If it's not Emily Crago, it's Robert Hand. Are any of those three speakers here?
My name is Clara Molina. I'm from Woodbridge, Virginia. I'm here to talk about ending the 287 agreement, what it stands for and what it does to the community. It says the program is to enhance the safety and the security of the community by creating partnership with state and local laws. When you really think about it, is that what's really happening? It's breaking families, immigrant families, considered middle class, but these are families that actually that's what this country is based on. So why are we, treating these families this way, breaking them up, and the money that we put to, the money that's used to fund all this, we can use this money to support these families. Prince William County is an awesome county. I've been living here for about 12 years. I love it. I commute all the way to the city, but I'll come all this way. But why is that? I can have the option to go closer to the city, but I'm just going to So if they're not caring for our community, we take the money less. Education, healthcare, there's a lot we can do with that. Have more options from the cities come out this way. That's what I did. So the thing is, this way, I'm originally from there. I can bring my family to come here because 287, things like this. I've had relatives that I had to jail. All over. They went through. We had to go through. Try and get them out of jail. I have to hurry up and try and get a lawyer. Those things are so hard. What we have to go through when we think about it. If someone say, oh yeah, I'll vote for this. The connection I have with that immigrant family is so touched, so you don't feel that pain that we go through. What these families are going through.
1 minute remaining.
So if I'm here to stand and ask, it is really bad what these is doing. These are human beings. At the end of the day, we are all human beings. This 287 agreement, if you're willing to vote for something like this, you don't care about another fellow human being. Police officers, what they do to them, we gotta stop this. And at the end of the day, with what's going on right now, Black lives don't matter. Let's try and work on reforming the police, treat our people better. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily Crago. If she's not here, would be Robert Hand and then Maria Martin.
Hi, my name is actually Emily Crago. I'm a resident of Woodbridge since 2016. I live in the Neabsco district. As a concerned Prince William County resident, I am speaking to voice my opposition to renewing the 287G agreement that Prince William County has with immigration and customs enforcement departments. I understand that there's a jail court meeting tomorrow, and I have submitted written comments that echo what I was saying. There are three primary reasons I advocate for ending 287G. First, support and stability of our communities. Here in Prince William County, I am grateful for the rich immigrant culture we have. Our neighbors come from all over the world, and this allows us to provide our children and communities with an expansion of cultures and cultures. I am proud of the communities that we have, and international migration to our county is an important part of Prince William County's continued growth. Two, the preservation of funds for community building and not enforcement activities. I understand that the funds Prince William County uses for cooperation with ICE under 287G amounts to $350,000 a year. This is money that I am certain could be used for better purposes throughout the county, improving our schools and social services, particularly for our homeless population that I see daily on Dale Boulevard, are among the priorities for me as a citizen. Number three, and this is the most important, our moral obligation to treat human beings with kindness and compassion. In today's world, the around criminals is racist. Sorry, I am proud of my community and my county and do not want us to be part of the continued oppression of Black and brown people. The ACLU
1 minute remaining.
ICE detainers as a suspension of
How you doing, man?
For me, enforcement that is not in line with the Constitution is not
Another Tuesday, right?
I am not threatened by
Have you already spoke?
Yeah, I already did.
I missed it, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all
my
right.
community. Rather, it is
Pesky work.
Yeah.
the actions of my government do not contribute to the harm of migrant communities. And finally, in conclusion, I would like to add a few thoughts.
The sad part is that this type of Tuesday is becoming pretty normal for all of us.
We are not free
Constantly coming
until
out
we
here.
are all. A year before his death at Riverside Church in New York City, as part of a speech on the Vietnam War, Martin Luther
Did you end up
King
getting stuff squared away, lawyer and everything?
Yeah, I'm in the process of doing it.
Okay.
Yep, about 15 grand, dog. So I'm gonna set
I
up a GoFundMe.
I'll donate.
I appreciate it.
Today, those shackles
It is what it is. It's gotta happen.
Yeah.
Because you know what? Pain makes people do the things you want them to do.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, I'm glad you're doing it, so.
Cool, appreciate it.
All right, Bob.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robert Hand, and I am from Dumfries. Thank you for consistently proving us right. Supervisor Franklin says that she will meet with these activists that are outside to discuss the current measures, but wouldn't meet with the Second Amendment's rights activists. When you... yeah, and on that note, you said that I shot a gun before, so I know about guns. So by that logic, my being on my HOA board makes me qualified to be a Board of County Supervisor. So when do you respect those that were peaceful? Supervisor Bailey gaslights what is divisive. They get to decide what's divisive. Or Second Amendment advocates are calling for unity. Why are you all, not all of you, being divisive? You want to condemn police misconduct. When do you condemn the law-breaking criminals? Some people share Black Lives Matter messages. On that list, Alton Sterling. Alton Sterling was a felon in possession of a gun, struggling with the police officers. Gun control didn't work. When do you hold him accountable? 33. Oh, no, it's just the police. Oh, that challenges me. It's obvious you've never been to a simulator to understand the risk, and then in no-win scenarios. I've been wondering if you've actually been to like the police academy or to the citizens academy. I know Supervisor Vega has. It's like kind of a requirement. I have no doubt that Supervisor Boston or Supervisor Campbell will be a part of it. You consistently call for measures that are either redundant or ineffective. I'm going to do it. Hey, it's the police explorers. You want to trim funding for the police to go to mental health workers. Well, by the time that the police have to get called, it's probably too late, and their hands are getting forced. And the subject is typically beyond reason. 6 separate
1 minute remaining. Our next speaker is Maria Martin. After that, it's Alicia Gloss, Greg Gloss, Tom Speciale, and Bill Miller.
My name is Maria Martin from Potomac District, and I just want to tell how was explained to me the rule of law. And this was the way that it was explained. When a family moved to the countryside to live and that has no boundaries of their property, then that family can do their own rules and regulations on how they live in their property. But when a neighbor moves next to this family, and it's another family, then they have to put some boundaries there. For example, if your mule moves to my property, I will return it back to you. You will do the same thing with my mule if my mule goes towards your property. And then if your children come toward my property and they start playing with my dogs and maybe harming my dog, I will let you know because that shouldn't be. And so when those two families move to live close to each other, rules start to appear, which we can call them to our level laws. And we must keep those laws as, as neighbors to each other. So none of us will be harmed. And after that happens, just going back to my little example of two families living in the countryside, then to enforce the law, to enforce those regulations that these two families came together, to put them together, for the sake of their own families, then if they start to break the law, the rules, or the laws that they have created, then they need somebody else to enforce those rules, and there is where our police happen to be. So I
You up there?
think,
Right after Tom.
Police,
Yeah, I know, right?
not just in this county, but in this amazing nation that we live on. I want to mention Jeremiah 29:7. This is what the scripture says. And seek the peace of the city where I have caused you to be carried away captive. And pray for the Lord, and pray to the Lord for it. For it is its peace, for in its peace you will have peace. 1 Timothy 3:1-3 says, therefore I exhort first of all that supplications, prayers, intercessions, and giving of thanks be made for all men, for kings and all who are in authority, that we may lead a quiet and peaceful life in all godliness and reverence.
Your time is up. Thank you. Next speaker, please. We have Alicia Gloss, Brett Gloss, Tom Speciale, Bill Ballard.
Good afternoon, Brett Gloss, Coles District. Hey, I just wanted to say a couple things, but number one, I want to say that I am so glad to see the First Amendment of the United States Constitution being represented so well out here. So at the end of the day, regardless of what the decisions that you guys make here today, I like your haircut, Mr. Bodie. I think that we are all better off when we all come together and we can speak and converse in a way that is respectful to others. So I just want to say that you guys inherited a police department that works. You inherited a professional organization. I've lived here for a couple years, and I've had no problems with this police department. And I've seen them operate. I've seen them operate in a first-hand basis, and I think that our police force is a professional organization. I do want to remind you that the board prior to this board implemented some changes with the police department that I think were very radical at the time, but today I don't think so much. I think that the use of body-worn cameras has been something that was controversial at the time, but something that has worked out really well for us. We have to make sure that they keep them on and using them properly. And I also believe that those are public records and they should be available, and I think the board needs to think about making sure that those those body-worn cameras are available for the public scrutiny. That's one area that I think that we need to address. But however, I think that the police force that we have is a professional organization, and I support law enforcement, and I ask that you resist calls to change the way they operate. I also want to direct some comments to the chair. I noticed today that even though that First Amendment was happening, the only
1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Bill. The only time that we talked about decorum was when someone dropped the F-bomb. And I recall just a few short months ago when many times my group of like-minded individuals were being threatened to be thrown out of here. So I just want to say, Madam Chair, that you set the example today that I expect when we're back in here later on that you're going to follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Shots fired.
Tom Speciale, I'm from Woodbridge, I live in Woodbridge, and I'm not going to raise hell, and you're not going to have to drag me out today, I promise. You know, I've been out here talking to the Black Lives Matter, a couple of the Black Lives Matter people that are out here, and I think it's important to realize that about 80% of what we want is all the same. The problem lie, I believe, in the faulty ideology and liberalism that has crippled a lot of these communities that are now in terrible plight. Because we want them to have all the rights that America offers everybody in this entire country. We want them to have those rights. We want them to have that freedom of opportunity that all of us benefit from. But if you really want to know, and I pointed this out the last time I spoke, proof, if you want proof of the failure of this liberal socialist ideology, all you have to do is look at the 17 major inner cities in the United States, and you're going to find 17 neighborhoods that are completely, utterly decimated. Fatherless, homeless, hopeless, drug addiction, poverty, food deserts, all as a direct result of the failed liberal socialist ideology of handouts and entitlement. That is a fact. 50 years Democrats have been in charge of those communities, and I'm not talking about the Democrat voters, I'm talking about the Democrat liberal elites that run these cities and just hold power. And they have preyed upon these people to a point where they have been psychologically crippled. Multiple generations of felony arrests because of a lack of financial resources to defend themselves. 97% of people in prison today never had a trial. You know why? Because people with financial resources get trials, and people without financial resources go to prison.
1 minute remaining.
I believe that this ideology has sold them a big package of lies, and now it is beginning to bear fruit. And until we get real about the source of the problem, because these poor young people out here, all they see is the problem, but they don't know who to blame. All you have to do is look at the leadership of those 17 neighborhoods, those 17 cities that are failing, that are near bankruptcy, that have destroyed the minority family. That is a fact. And until you take ownership of it, and as I said the last time I spoke here, until you take leadership, instead of quit blaming people and coming up with, all of these tribal reasons, it's all just, as my mom said, excuses for failure. Blaming other people is an excuse.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Our last speaker who lives in the county is Bill Bellard. And then we have 4 who live outside the county.
Truth bombs in there. It's a slogan.
Greetings.
It's a slogan.
It's also a threat.
Madam Chair, members of the board.
Now I remember that when we showed up in Richmond with our sidearm, that was considered a threat. It was considered an implicit threat. And I even tried to have a conversation with Bodie on this one. He doubled down on it that, we were threatened by exercising our rights. But him walking around on his Facebook page leading no justice, no peace, that's not a threat. No, I don't understand.
No peace.
Yeah.
This recently.
It's one of those things where it's like
gas.
Again, I have no issue with, I think people are justifiably pissed off with what's going on with our police forces. That's fine. It's the double standards though that bothers me.
And he drove by and blared up the song, F the police. He rolled down the window and gave me the middle finger. It's quite a progressive statement. And it shows that the problem we are facing right now is the media. We have let everything on the screens control our emotions. What happened in Minneapolis is a tragedy. and every cop has been calling for justice, and thank God justice is pending. But however, many are collectively blaming all the brave men and women in blue. They are being collectively punished for this tragedy with these calls to defund the police. I just want to say that Prince William County Police Department is not responsible for this poor man's death.
They can't hear anything when they're
That is immoral.
Well, they don't hear anything.
That is fighting alleged injustice with injustice. And what is really sad is people are making it about something that it is not. Looking at skin color,
1 minute remaining.
facts, responding to news headlines with emotion over reason. That's not how we should be looking at things. But unfortunately, the phone screen, the TV screen, the computer screen has become a reality. But me talking to each and every one of you is a reality. We can join hands and have a conversation. But unfortunately, people are politicizing this man's death and capitalizing from it, making liberalism a neo-segregationist ideology that perpetuates hate, fear, extremism, and victimization under the guise of being against it. It doesn't have to be this way. We can come together, and we need to see each other as Americans before our outer appearance. Because one day, each and every one of us will stand equally before God.
Time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you.
Just another Tuesday in Prince William County.
We now have 4 speakers who are from outside the county who signed up to speak earlier. Don Licano, Jennifer Romero, Louise Aguilar, and Paula Henriquez. If any of them are here.
Why are we having people from outside the county speak?
Chair, members of the board, this clarification is Don Licano. On behalf of CASA and our community members that reside in Prince William County, we would like to respond to the upcoming jail board meeting that will be reviewing the 287G agreement that this county has with immigration.
I think some of the earlier ones were also outside the county.
We have been listening and working alongside our members continuously to put an end to this atrocious program. CASA is a member-based organization serving Virginia residents in Fairfax and Prince William County. Our mission is to create a more just society by building power for the
to be fair,
working class community.
I went to Alexandria to speak because they were
Since the
doing
implementation
gun
of the 287G.
Well, that's because I traveled through Alexandria. I would be impacted by the gun laws.
Enforcement has dwindled.
So I mean, yeah, okay.
A study
I'm okay with
conducted
from
by the
outside
Center
town
for
speaking.
Survey Research showed
What I don't like is when they pretend that they're from the county.
that the trust with the police was above 90%, and once the program was established, it dropped to 73%. Furthermore, during this time of COVID-19, we also surveyed our community members to gauge their trust with local government. And we found that 60.6% of the respondents trusted local government, while 39.4% stated that they are unsure in trusting the local government. As each year passes, the trust with law enforcement and local government has been dwindled, and our elected officials have done nothing to address this issue. Instead of eliminating discriminatory programs, ordinances, and policies, some member of this body and sheriff continue to preach that 287 is a great program. This program does not protect county residents. In fact, it does the opposite. A study conducted by the University of Illinois in Chicago found that Latinos, whether citizens or non-citizens, are less likely to volunteer information about crimes because they fear getting caught in the web of immigration enforcement themselves or bringing unwanted attention to their families or friends.
1 minute remaining.
It is with high urgency, Chair Wheeler and members of the board, that you work to end this discriminatory program. Discriminatory practices, hate, and racism can continue to be a central discussion in our country, state, and county. And for far too long, this body has been complicit and have allowed discrimination by law enforcement to continue. We urge the members of this body to fulfill their elected duties and recommend the jail board members to vote no in renewing the 287G agreement. Es tiempo que ustedes eliminen terminan ese programa racista que ha dividido a nuestra comunidad. Nuestra comunidad latina no son criminales. Venimos aquí para una mejor vida, para dar a nuestros hijos y nietos. Gracias. Thank you.
Oh, no, it's not going to be midfield.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Romero. I am. Alright, so first of all, it's so great to stand up here and not have to see Corey Stewart's face. 13 years ago, I was 11 years old. It was when the 287G program was enacted. It's so crazy that I have to stand in my classrooms and see my classmates come in here and just as confused as I was. And I heard someone speak earlier. The police have to go out and they don't know if they're gonna come back. Okay, what about my community? We don't know if back when we were kids, we didn't know if we'd see our parents when we get back home. And now, look around you. This is not just affecting Latino lives. This impacts Asian Pacific Islanders. This impacts our Black communities. This impacts our Muslim communities. It impacts all of us. So don't you dare tell me it doesn't. I stand with my Black brothers, sisters, and siblings. And don't you dare look at me and tell me that there is no police brutality, that the Prince William officers do not practice over excessive force in our county, because I have seen it. Ruben's parents have seen it. So, people will keep coming up here and exposing the truth, and war will rise.
They really need to get better at speaking. They really need to get better at speaking. Like, okay, they subscribe to intersectionality, fine, whatever, okay. But they just need to get better at, like, making a thought.
We sound like that mother-in-law that's like out all the time and yelling, and all you hear is blah, blah, blah.
I think they are justifiably angry. Like, I mean, that's fine. But make a point.
What?
Yeah, make a point. Like,
We should like prepare something.
Good afternoon, members of the board.
That might help.
First of all, thank you, Chair Wheeler. Thank you to the rest of the members of the board. First of all, I would like to say congratulations.
Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Luis Aguilar. I am the Virginia Director for CASA. We're located in the Occoquan District. Again,
Casa La Raza, right? That's the organization.
We have
I don't know.
leadership.
It's the same as Casa
I
La
want
Raza.
to extend my welcome to you all.
I don't know.
I testified
I think it
previously
is.
I know
remotely,
it's about
and now
illegal
in person.
immigration.
First and foremost, I would like to say that yes, indeed, Black Lives Matter. Second of all, I would like to say absolutely we stand and demand justice.
What was your organization called?
Third of all, I think this
So it's
new leadership,
Casa,
this
on
new
their shirt,
board
yeah.
says one
But I don't
thing
know if
to
that's
the
short for Casa La
constituents,
Raza.
says one thing
I don't know if
to
it's
the
two separate
county.
organizations at
It
the
says
same
that
time.
we have elected
But Alicia said that she went
new
around
board,
and there was like out of
new
state plates
faces,
on like 11
new people,
cars, 10 or 11.
represented
10 or 11?
what Prince William County
Out of
is.
state plates?
This is without a doubt a new vision. This is without a doubt a more equitable board. This is without a doubt who we are in Prince William County. Again, that video that Prince William County just released on equity is a sign of that. That is just one video, one small step, but that message resounds. I'm here today to ask you one thing. Use your influence so that tomorrow in the jail board meeting that lacks so much transparency, and we demand an end to the 287 program. We know through many studies, and specifically to the Migration Policy Institute, that this program only targeted our community. Yes, it focused on our community. We saw that half of the detainers issued through this program were for folks who had committed misdemeanors or traffic offenses. Again, we also saw through the Brickley's Institute program.
Oh, they also committed a felony.
The Latino
that whole illegal immigration
actually
thing.
left the county after 2 2007 during the implementation of this
Just
program.
saying.
And within the study,
It wasn't just that they had a traffic ticket.
due to electoral purposes. We know very well the history of Prince William County.
I'm just,
we know the previous chairman that did not deserve to be in that seat. He is no longer there. We now look upon you for your leadership. We look upon you to cast that vote. Now you are giving us that vote tomorrow. And I would like to say again, I am incredibly proud of every single one of you of this new change that we have in Prince William County Board. And I am incredibly proud to see what will come from this board, from this county, and from this leadership.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker is Paula Enriquez.
Oh, it's the loudmouth. She's gone.
My name is Paola. I'm from Fairfax, Virginia. I just want to remind you all how much you are white supremacists. And if you vote for 287G to be renewed, you will further prove to the community that you are white supremacists. Abolish the frickin' police. And I'm not cussing, I'm saying frickin', which is kid friendly. Abolish America. Its existence is a threat to the world, to the global south, to immigrants, to migrants at the border. Y'all are really disgusting if you don't consider abolishing 287G. It's a threat to migrant lives here, to Black and Indigenous migrant communities who are struggling to survive amidst COVID, amidst a pandemic, and amidst a fucking revolution. The existence of America as a nation is rooted in white supremacy. Let me remind y'all, the roots of police, it's from slave patrols, alright? Where white people,
I swear
white
like a trucker.
plantation owners
I swear
paid
too,
other
but
white people
I don't swear
to catch their slaves
a
for
public
them when they
forum.
escaped. Do y'all not see that? Were y'all not educated in
But I have a
school?
feeling
Clearly,
that,
because I went through these education systems too, and they didn't teach me that. I had to learn that for myself. The community taught me. Because we keep us safe. Police do not keep us safe.
It is
We
so
want the
obvious.
police.
The lack
And
of logic.
287G.
Like,
Fuck your
she's
white
brainwashed.
supremacist asses.
Thank you very much. Your time is up.
Fuck you, girl.
Ma'am, your time is up. That concludes public comment time. I'm going to throw out to the group one idea. You know, we have remote public comment time. We have 25 people signed up. We have 15 minutes before we're supposed to take a break. We also have 8 people here for one single public hearing to comment on that public hearing. If we don't hear from them now, for that specific public hearing, then we will push them to
oh, I curse like a fucking trucker. I try to keep it polite in these, but
supervisor
daily conversation, I swear like crazy.
To my district, so I would appreciate you.
So I will note that the girl who just spoke, who's not from Prince William County, was just yelling earlier, which I got on tape, by the way, of her yelling about how she's seen how violent and racist the Prince William County cops are, because she's seen it herself firsthand. Really?
I think even though there are a lot of public hearings on your agenda, I believe only one has something lined up. So I think you would be able to get rid of all the public hearings in a short amount of time.
I am going to go home, get some food, and dial into the rest of this shit.